Welcome to the full board meeting of Manhattan Community Board 11 for April 20th, 2021. My name is Nilsa Raman. I'm the chair of Community Board 11. This meeting is called to order. Tonight, we are joined by District Manager Angel Muscane, Assistant District Manager Carly Wine, and Community Associate Marlene Pierre. In order to conduct an efficient meeting, let's observe a few ground rules. No one may speak until granted the floor. CB11 members, if you have a question about board business or wish to make a motion, please raise your hand through Zoom. If you click the participants icon, the participants panel should appear and you should find the raise hand function there. If you still have technical difficulty, you may click the chat icon and relay your difficulty. Members should not engage in a back and forth discussion. The chair will recognize the next person to speak. The chat function should not be used for CB11 business or questions about agenda topics. All such remarks should be made on the record by raising your hand through Zoom. Chat should only be used to alert us to any technical difficulties you are having, or to state in writing information like an email address that was already stated aloud on the record during the meeting. When a member is given the floor to speak, I will identify you and you can unmute yourself so you can speak. Please keep your questions and comments succinct and germane to the discussion. Members of the public can register to speak in the public session by completing the pre-registration form and providing their name, affiliation, and what topics they wish to speak about. A link to the registration form has been shared in the chat. Registration for the public session needs to be done by no later than 7:15. Okay? Thank you all for attending. The public session will now begin, and we will now take attendance by the roll call. Board members, you can unmute yourself and answer present when your name is called. Angel, can you do the roll call vote, please?
Certainly. Jose Altamirano.
Present.
Stephanie Arroyo.
Present.
Madame Brija. Yolanda Brown.
Present.
Eva Chan.
Present.
Diane Collier. Diane Collier. Los Diaz.
Present.
Angela Donadell.
Present.
Jessica Elliott.
Present.
Elsie Encarnacion.
Present.
Judith Febraro.
Present.
Roger Flores. Roger Flores. Osendi Garcia.
Present.
David Giordano.
Present.
John Green.
Here.
Robert Harvey. Robert Harvey. Jada Heredia. Jada Heredia. Ivy Hume. Ivy Hume. Excuse me, folks. If you're not speaking, please mute yourself because we're getting a lot of interference and I can't really hear people speaking. Thank you. Marissa Mack. Thank you. Giselle Malave.
Present.
Thank you. Pat Martin.
Present.
Thank you. Francis Mastroda. No, you're there because I saw you. Malik McCullough. Malik McCullough. Jennifer Meyer.
Present.
Thank you. Jessica Morris,
Here.
Nelson Rama,
Here.
Andrew Padilla. Andrew Padilla. Arturo Perez,
Present.
Dawn Sanders. Dawn Sanders. Xavier Santiago.
Here.
Thank you. Isaac Scott. Isaac Scott. Russell Schuler.
Present.
Thank you. Vincent Torres. Vincent Torres. Thank you. Jason Villanueva.
Present.
Thank you. Stephen Villanueva. Stephen Villanueva. Candy Vasquez. Candy Vasquez. Nye Whitaker.
Present.
Thank you. Michelle Wilcher Clement.
Present.
Thank you. Jason Wu.
Present.
Thank you. You have quorum.
Thank you so much. So with moving on. Let's see, we're going to move to the adoption of the agenda. The agenda for tonight's meeting was distributed ahead of time by the board office and was posted online. If there is no objection, we will adopt the agenda as stated. Board members, if you object to adopting the agenda, please raise your hand through Zoom. Seeing no hands raised, the agenda for tonight's meeting is adopted. We are now moving on to section C, the pre-registered speakers, 3 minutes each. A few ground rules for those wishing to speak. You must sign up to give testimony, providing your name and affiliation. Please speak clear for the record. You will be allowed 3 minutes to speak. You should address your testimony to the board, not the public. You should speak clearly and into the microphone. You should be prepared to respond to board members who may ask questions in order to clarify facts and opinions presented in your comments. Board members, I ask that you should ask clarifying questions. Commentary will not be entertained. Angel, has anyone signed up to speak in the public session?
Yes, we have 5 registered speakers so far. The first registered speaker is Dan Cohen. Mr. Cohen, you can unmute yourself. Begin
Hey
speaking.
guys, thanks very much for the opportunity to address the board. My name is Dan Cohen. I run Super Nice Coffee and Bakery over on 117th and Lex. We opened February 14th, 2019. And I live on 118th. I lived in the neighborhood for since 2008 or so. I wanted to address the board because I don't know what has been discussed among the group about the ongoing substance abuse issues that the neighborhood faces. I'm sure it's been a topic of conversation in the past, but it seems in conversations with the 25th precinct and what I hear more generally that in addition to a conversation with Councilmember Rodriguez, that most of the focus seems to be on 125th Street and 116th Street doesn't get nearly as much attention. Over the last year as the pandemic raged on, 116th Street in Lexington, 117th Street in Lexington has gotten considerably worse. And it creates a real problem for businesses in the immediate vicinity. It's a concern for residents. It's a concern for business owners. And I don't know what's being done to address it. And so I'm hopeful that that over the next period of time, we'll be able to figure out a solution for dealing with the open drug use, with the it's not even just loitering, with the urination, all that kind of stuff that goes along with it. And I know it's a very difficult problem that the neighborhood faces, but I know that things have gotten worse and not better. And I just wanted to bring that out into the open for either for discussion or for future contemplation as we all work to figure out ways to make this neighborhood the best that it can be. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Cohen. Do we have any questions from the board for Mr. Cohen? If so, please raise your hand and I will recognize you.
We have two hands, Osendi Garcia and Nye Whitaker.
Okay. Osendi, would you like to ask your question?
Yes, absolutely. Well, Nye, as the chair of the Human Services Committee, will be able to give Mr. Cohen a bit more of an insight of the work that is being done to make sure that his concerns are heard and understood. We've been working diligently to understand the structures of our organizations that are servicing our homeless population and our chemically dependent population. It's a very difficult issue, as you know. We are very much aware of it, especially on the areas that need, especially in the areas that need additional services along Lexington being 116th Street, where your business is located, as well as 103rd Street. We are going to be collaborating with organizations through further canvassing to be able to pinpoint the issues and needs of the local transient community. So we'll be better able and capable to actually ease the issues and better the quality of life of our neighborhood. Please, I would like to extend an invitation for you to continue to listen and hear of our efforts and actually alleviating a lot of the issues that you described. So I truly hope that you will continue to attend. Oh, are you guys unable to hear me? Oh, Lord.
We can hear you.
Okay.
It's a little
Sorry,
muddled. Yeah.
Okay. Sorry, I've been having.
Bit better? Sorry about that.
That's better. Yeah. Thank you.
Okay, excellent. Yes. So as I was saying, that Nye, as the chair of the Human Services Committee, will be able to provide a lot more information of the efforts that we are putting forth as a board to alleviate the concerns that Mr. Cohen was actually able to, the concerns that he was able to share with us today, as these concerns are shared not only by business owners, residents, and also people who work in the community. And we want to improve the quality of life of not only our residents, but also of the organizations and businesses that are established here in Harlem. So I wanted to extend the invitation for Mr. Cohen and his business to continue attending board meetings so we can keep you up to date of the changes that we are working on.
Nye?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I also was just wanted to extend an invitation for Mr. Cohen to bring his concerns also to the Public Safety Committee. So Mr. Cohen, there's a various group of committees, one being public safety. The other is the one that I'm humbled to chair, which is Health and Human Services, both of which I know are working to address your concerns has been raised by our membership and our residents across the entirety of the district, from tip to top, as they would say. The Health and Human Services Committee has put forth a resolution calling for a pause on any new placements of sites that address individuals in substance abuse services. And we are doing a strong effort to meet with the organizations that are currently in our community that provide services to see how they can better serve our community and what we can do to be better partners with them and how they can be better partners across all of the residents of our community. So, ditto to Ascendi, extending an invitation, but also was just curious if you've brought these concerns to public safety or to any of the other committees of our board, because I didn't hear that in the opening. Thank you.
So thank you to both of you for the invitation. I've been trying to get to a meeting for a few months, and my schedule has been crazy. So to answer the last question, no, I haven't brought it to any committees, and frankly, I didn't even know where to do that. So I appreciate letting me know where I can do that. If there's a way to have any of that information sent to me or posted somewhere, or if you could direct me to where I can find the relevant information on the web, that would be incredibly helpful. And then I can address the concerns directly to the appropriate either subcommittee, agency, et cetera. And yeah, I'm happy to participate wherever. So yeah, I'm open to participating.
Mr. Cohen, this is Nilsa Orama. We have a website where you can sign up for email blasts, and there's a calendar that's posted with all the meetings with the links where you can register to. And then once you register, the link will be sent to your email and you can just click on. The schedule is there to see of all the committees on a monthly basis. In addition, our minutes are posted. So I welcome you to go to www.cb11m.org, and I'll make sure that it's put in the chat if it's not in there, so that you can sign up for our newsletter and you'll be able to see our meetings at a glance. The next question is from Marissa Mack. Marissa?
Yes, thank you, Nilsa. And Dan, thank you for presenting on your view and what you see as going on currently in the community. You've already heard from our various chairs that are able to help and assist, and also wanted to invite you to connect with our Economic Development Committee as well, just so we can also hear a little bit about what has been going on in terms of you on the business side, and then also connect you with other organizations throughout the community that can also, not only hear what's going on for you, but also take a look at how this is impacting not only your business, but other businesses as well. So, just thank you for mentioning how this has impacted you. I think that's helpful for all committees here and for everyone that is touched by this, and we can see how we can further assist. I did drop my information in the chat, but thank you very much.
Thank you, Marissa.
I'm
Jason?
not able to see that. I'm sorry.
Hi, so I just to respond to the question of what are we doing, some of it has been said already, but basically, these are issues that we've been addressing since this community board has been in existence. This is what our statement of district needs is about. We are constantly fighting for investment and resources in our communities, jobs, housing, opportunities, social services. This is the work that we do day in, day out, year round for generations. So these are systemic issues. I understand that it's kind of being presented as a particular example, but these are systemic issues. We are in the middle of a public health crisis. Mental health is a public health crisis. Substance issues are a public health crisis. Homelessness is a public health crisis. These are public health crises that exist not only in East Harlem, but these are citywide issues, they're statewide issues, they're national issues. So as much as we want to talk about what's happening on one street corner, these are things that need to be addressed holistically. And so I also just want to be clear that, this is not an us versus them. This is not about what do we do with those people who are impacting my quality of life, but this is about helping people who are experiencing a public health crisis, right? So it's not us versus them, but it's about helping the people who are in this community whether they own a condo or own a business, they are in this community as well. They have a right to public space. They have a right to exist. And so we're here to also support the people that are often talked about in a very negative way. And so I want to be clear about that. We're here for all of the community, all people, and we're here to fight for resources and investment in our communities. Thank you.
Thank you, Jason. Osendi, I see you have your hand up again. Is this just a general comment? Because if it's just a general comment, then I'm going to move on to the next speaker.
I was simply going to share the public committees, the Public Safety and Transportation Committee's work on actually addressing some of these issues. But if you feel it would be more pertinent time at another point, that's okay.
Yes, I think that Mr. Cohen needs to go on our website, and I think he can become familiar with all the committee's work. Again, I can repeat it for you, Mr. Cohen, if you have a paper and pen handy or on your phone, or you can contact
I have the website for CB11.
Right. So
the only thing that I'm missing was Marissa's, but whatever else was sent, I don't see.
Right. So if you go on the website and you hit the menu, you're going to see the various committees, and you're going to see how you can contact them. And if you send us your contact information, we'll be more than happy to reach out to you.
Thank you.
Okay, no problem. I see that page. There's no specific. I'll send a message just generally to the email. I don't want to take up more time from the meeting, but specifically on for the economic development, culture, tourism subpage, there's no contact info specifically on that page.
Right. So when you send or when you sign up, we will make sure that you get that information.
Thank you.
You're quite welcome.
Dan, I'm sorry, I dropped the information in the chat. It's the EchoDev email.
Okay, so we're going to move on,
screen,
Jason.
I don't see it, but it's okay.
Okay, Mr. Cohen, please sign up for our newsletter. Please send your general information or leave a message, and we will make sure that our staff reaches out to you with the pertinent emails. And please look at the May meeting calendar if it's posted, so that you can see when the different committees meet, so that maybe you can sign up for a registration link and you can then participate or at least view the Zoom meetings for the following month.
I got you. I feel like I've taken up too much time.
Okay.
I got
Thank
you.
you,
I'll send
Mr.
an email.
Cohen. Thank you. Angel, who's the next
Sure.
registrant?
Pilar de Jesus with All That Jive NYC, Start Smart Coalition.
Okay.
Hey everyone, it's good to see your face, Nilsa and Angel. And
thank you, Pilar.
I just want to say thank you, Jason, for your words. And yes, so it's been a long time since I've been here. And as you see, I'm here as the founder of All That Jive New York City and the Start Smart Coalition. Start Smart Coalition is a coalition of active advocates, defenders, people who have experienced prohibition of marijuana, and a lot of the outdated racist policies that exist in this state and country. And so I'm here really quickly because I only have 3 minutes. It's just to really talk, especially since today is 4/20. You might have heard March 30th, the state went ahead and legalized marijuana. And so there are many, 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 great things that came out of this outside of just smoking. I know, a lot of folks have, the stigma behind cannabis, and, that's part of the reason why I'm here, so that we could start working in partnership to start educating the community. One, how did we get to prohibition? And then to talk about what happened in the state and what's to come. But just really quickly, a couple of points of, this legalization is that, one, it's a it's a really historical thing. I don't know if you're aware, but millions of people, especially Black, to be specific, 1 million Black and Latinos have been arrested when it comes to marijuana prohibition since the 1970s, since it was decriminalized. And it's been used as a tool, unfortunately, for stop and frisk. And so with this new legalization comes where folks will not cannot be harassed with the claim of the smell of marijuana, which is a big thing because many folks have been arrested, unfortunately, for medicine, and it has created barriers in their life. And when it comes to getting housing, financial aid, so this is a big thing. And our bill, which is the bill that us advocates worked on, that was passed, really talks about community reinvestment. And I think especially when I hear folks talking about the community, the district needing money, I think that that's especially why we need to be talking on a regular basis about this, because if we know how government works and if we know our governor, we really don't want the governor to just use the money. And it's the way the bill is written, he can't just use the money the way he wants it. So it's really important for the communities to come out and talk about how this money should be used. But really quickly, 40% is to go towards community reinvestment, and that's towards a lot of different things, especially local community-based organizations, another 40% for education, another 25% for safe drug treatment programs. And that's also, especially when we're talking about mental health, that's going to be really important. And those are just very brief points, because again, I don't want to take too much space, but there's just so much. It talks about worker co-ops, about prioritizing people who have been working in the underground, what we call the legacy market, and may not have all the privilege to get in the business. So this bill talks about getting those reparations. And so again, just the cliff notes of it. But if you have questions, I'm here to answer. But I definitely want to let you guys know I'm here. We're having a Juneteenth event on 111th Street, which I'm going to be reaching out to you because we're going to need a permit for a block party. But yeah, so I'll stop there.
Thank
And I'll
you,
put my
Pilar.
email in the chat box if anything.
Thank you, Pilar. Are there any questions for Ms. Pilar de Jesus? Osendi?
Yes. Thank you so much, Pilar de Jesus, for your presentation today. It came at a great time. Yesterday, the bill called the Safe Banking Act of 2021 was able to be passed in the Senate. How do you feel that this change in actually normalizing cannabis commerce will be able to be impacting our local communities?
I mean, obviously that's really important, and it's important that they recognize that. And I mean, and the fact that they're doing that right now is a great step in the right direction, because even though we've passed on a state level, marijuana is still considered a Schedule I drug on a federal level. So right now they're saying marijuana is more dangerous than heroin and things like that. And right now cocaine is considered less dangerous than marijuana, which is crazy. But it's really good, especially for folks who want to start getting their business going, because right now, because of the banking and the federal barriers, people haven't been able to put their money in banks, and it's been really hard. So this is a great step in the right direction. What we're really going to need even more is the federal government to deschedule it, because again, it's still, even though the state has done a great job, on the legalization, the federal government still has a lot to do. And especially when we talk about, a lot of, like, especially NYCHA, I forgot to mention that, something else that's important for folks to know, folks are allowed to smoke wherever tobacco is allowed. And so, obviously that's not the case for NYCHA. And so that's another thing. If there are any TAs here, I'm here to, come to give a presentation. But this bill also talks about consumption lounges, because we recognize that, folks in public housing are not allowed to smoke, and we don't want them to jeopardize their housing. But I'm really happy about the banking. It's the step in the right direction, because especially, when I want to get my business going, yeah, I could operate a business legally in New York if I get all the permits, but where would I put my money? Because right now you can't even have anything associated like with marijuana. They will not touch you. They won't open an account for you.
Well,
Thank you. Do we have any other questions from any other board members? Okay, I see no questions. Angel, thank you so much, Pilar. Angel,
Sure.
who is the next registrant?
The next registered speaker is Felix Leo Campos from La Fortaleza Community Development Corporation. Mr. Campos, you may begin. Is Felix here? Let me double check. Okay. The next registered speaker is Art Perez with the East Harlem Council for East Harlem Council for Human Services.
Hi, thanks, Angel. Thank you, Madam Chair. I registered to speak at the last minute because I was really very frustrated and upset by an email I got today by New York City, DDC and OMB. Let me tell you what's going on. We got a transport van last year, right before COVID, around February 2020. And it was from a grant, and we were very happy to get the transport van. The plan in 2020 was to use it, obviously, to transport patients back and forth from their homes to the health center. When COVID hit, that no longer was possible for reasons of social distancing and other logistical issues involved with COVID. We could not use this transport van for that purpose. So later in the year, later in 2020, I mean, we decided that the best use of it would be as a medical van. That was probably around November or so. So we contacted DASNY to see if we could use funds that they provided for another van, a medical van, to just retrofit this transport van into a medical van. DASNY responded almost immediately, said, no problem, that makes sense. You could use that you could use it as a medical van. You can retrofit this transport van. It would just cost a lot less money than purchasing a whole new medical van, which would cost like twice the amount of money. And we could actually start using it for a lot of different purposes. So, especially now in the middle of a public health emergency, we plan to use it to do COVID testing, to do and now do vaccine and a lot of other things. We basically will bring a medical van to different areas of the neighborhood. We even had arranged with some surrounding public housing managers to set it up and have it ready and get that going. But there was a catch. We needed permission from the city, New York City, DDC and OMB specifically, just to convert this transport van into a medical van. We were not asking the city for a penny. We had all the money from DASNY to do this. And let me tell you, we've been going back and forth with the city now for at least more than 3 months. We've been telling them, this is the plan, this is what we want to do, this is how we're going to do it. We have all the money, just give us the permission. They kept going back and forth, different questions about, well, is DASNY going to require to be a named insurer in the certificate of insurance? We would answer the question. Today, we received another request from DDC. Now they want current photos of the exterior and the interior of the vehicle, including the odometer. Why was the vehicle delivered in new condition but had 900 miles? I mean, and then they want the manufacturer, I mean, all these questions. Why didn't they ask, if this was a problem, why didn't they ask us this to begin with? Why do they wait 4 months after all this time to ask us these additional questions? It's just been very frustrating with DDC and OMB to get this going. Meanwhile, we have a van sitting there doing absolutely nothing because we can't use it for transport. We want to use it as a medical van. We have a vendor already set up to retrofit the vehicle from a transport van to a medical van. We have the money, everything is set to go, and the city is just dragging their feet. I mean, we did bring this up to our city council member. I understand she is trying to help us, but frankly, I'm getting very, very frustrated with this. I mean, obviously, I do plan to bring this to committee if it keeps going on, but I just want I wanted to bring this issue to the attention of the full board because I'm at my wit's end. I don't know where else I can go to get help with this issue.
Mr. Perez, this is Milsa Orama. Unfortunately, the different agencies have their different regulations in terms of how they fund and the expectations of how those fundings can be used. So while I sense your frustration, I think that the right move is that you spoke to your council person. Anything that comes before the board, first of all, as a person who's actually in this situation, you would have to then come in, not as a board member, because you can mention it and we can discuss it. But other than the committee just giving potentially a letter of support once it's been discussed and the full board potentially voting to support the idea, that is basically all that we can do because, even the board is constrained by the rules that OMB and other organizations that we have to follow. So while I sense your frustration, I'm not quite sure, other than if you present it in committee as a discussion point and looking for support, I'm not quite sure how else the board can assist. I think the council person is in a better position, but I'm going to look to see if there's any questions, if anyone has a question for Art regarding this situation.
I don't see any hands up, Nelson.
Okay. Thank you, Art, for letting us know. And we'll be interested in finding out. I know that it's probably not just your organization, but a lot of organizations that are fiscally constrained by rules and regulations. So I'm sorry for your frustration. Angel, is there another registrant?
Yes, the next registered speaker is Noel Alicea with Metropolitan Hospital.
Good evening, everyone. Noel
Good evening.
Alicea from Metropolitan, your local community public hospital. Observant residents and neighbors will notice that our 2nd Avenue entrance has reopened. We're very excited about that. We closed it last year at the height of COVID in order to streamline temperature checking and our entrance kind of process at our main entrance on 1st Avenue, even though the majority of our foot traffic is from 2nd Avenue. So we're very happy to have that open there for patients, visitors, and staff. The entrance is also located right next to where our vaccine center is. Our vaccine center continues to see people 7 days a week by appointment. We're expanding towards walk-in, I think for people 50 and over. But if you have trouble getting an appointment, let us know. There's a lot more availability of appointments these days. We continue to offer COVID testing also 7 days a week on 97th Street next to the emergency department. We are also offering monoclonal antibody therapy on an outpatient basis. That's for people who have mild to moderate COVID. It's a new treatment. There's a process by which patients can access those services. It's not simply walk in, there's a screening process for it, but that is available at Metropolitan. That's in addition to our general care. It's allergy season. If you need to see an allergist, the time is now. If you need to see a nutritionist or somebody for pediatric care, geriatric care, contact us. I will drop my contact information in the chat. My telephone number is 212-423-8162. And my email address is noel.alicea@nychhc.org. Thank you.
Thank you, Noel. And I just wanted to make the board aware, if they're not aware, that there is a new CEO at Metropolitan Hospital. And Noel, I did not forget, and we will be setting up a meeting so that we can meet the CEO, meet her and speak to her and get to know her better. So thank you for all your outreach in that regard. I'm going to check to see if there's anyone who has their hands raised for any questions for Noel Alicea.
There are no hands up, Nelson.
Okay, thank you so much, Noel.
The next registered speaker is Sarah Sachs with Block Party Independent Civic Tech Project.
Hello.
Hello.
This is Sarah Sachs. I'm just a member of the public, and thank you so much for having me at this meeting today. I'm excited to talk about this civic tech project that I've just independently launched called Block Party. Our goal is to make local policy information accessible in bite size. This is a project for any New York City community board that's on YouTube. So I've been going to different meetings to kind of encourage the community boards that are not yet on YouTube to be accessible, but CB, your community board is on YouTube, and we've been creating a full transcript with meeting highlights and creating topics to help make just what gets discussed at the meeting into like a shareable format on our website, where you can actually download the full transcript. We use the closed captioning text from YouTube to recreate the conversation. So I was kind of just wondering if anyone from the community board might find this as like a useful resource to be able to get the full transcript, maybe for meeting minutes or any other type of resource, but also it'd be great to kind of connect and just learn more about your work and see if this project would be useful.
Thank you, Ms. Sachs. It sounds great. We would love to hear more about it. So if you can drop your information in the chat or call us at our community board contact number, we would be more than happy to look at your YouTube page and to get a sense of what you have found that it's worthwhile noting, and then we can have a conversation from there.
Sure. If you go on blockparty.studio, and you could filter to CB11 and see all your transcripts of anything that's from YouTube. You can download directly from there. But yeah, I'd be happy to call, and yeah, it'd be great to connect. So I will reach out. I see all the contact information here. So thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Sachs. Are there any questions for Ms. Sachs? Marissa?
I don't have a question. Thank you so much for presenting. I just wanted to make a note, Nilsa, real quick, for people that are dropping information in the chat. Just to note, if you could put all panelists and attendees, that way everyone sees it, because everyone's not a panelist. So just wanted to make that note for anyone that's putting information in the chat. Thank you.
Thank you, Marissa. Nye?
I just wanted to extend an invitation for this group to come to Health and Human Services Committee in May. We do want to make sure that our meetings are as inclusive as possible, and we know that we've had questions about closed caption and other ways that we can make our meetings available, especially during this pandemic when we're remote, to those who might have other challenges in participation. And so I would just like to extend an invitation for the May meeting.
Thank you, Nye.
We would love to attend. Yeah, we've been working, with all the boards that, are willing to talk with us. So even there's like a tech committee started in Queen CB2. So we're presenting at that meeting and kind of seeing how we can cross-pollinate how different community boards are making all the information as accessible and using technology to connect some of the dots there.
Thank you, Ms. Sachs. Is there any more questions for Ms. Sachs? Seeing none, I want to thank you, Ms. Sachs. Angel, can you mention the name of the next registered speaker, if any?
That was our last registered speaker.
Okay. Thank you so much. With that, we're going to move to the elected official reports. We will now hear from our local elected officials. If you have not already signed up, we ask that the elected officials or the representatives please alert our staff in the chat if they wish to give a report. We ask that any event or service literature be sent to our office so that we may post and share it as appropriate. Please keep your report to 3 minutes and be mindful not to repeat what others have already mentioned so you can do the best use of your time. Angel, have any elected officials or their representatives signed up to speak?
I recognize some of the names in the chat, even though folks didn't pre-register. If they could please do me a favor, any elected reps, if they could now raise their hands, and I'll call them in order by the ones that I recognize. I appreciate that. So we'll start at the top with Suad Hassan, I believe, with Senator Serrano's office, right?
Yes. Hi, guys. How are you? Good evening. Suad Hassan, Senator Serrano's Director of Community Affairs. So next week, actually, we're going to be with other elected officials in East Harlem. We're planning a day of action to distribute information to community residents on where to go to get vaccinated in East Harlem. We will also be handing out PPE, so look out for that flyer sometime next week, Wednesday or Thursday. We'll be at the train stops on 103, 110, 116, 125th. And as always, if you or an organization is in need of PPE, they can always come and pick up from our office. A few weeks ago, Senator Serrano, along with Councilmember Ayala, had a tenant eviction prevention forum where they discussed topics including housing, court proceedings, rental assistance, eviction notices, and hardship declarations. For reopenings, for the governor announced that museums and zoo capacity will be raised to 50% beginning Monday, April 26. Movie theater capacity raised to 33% with other safety precautions in place beginning April 26. And ahead of the NBA playoffs, indoor large arena capacity has been raised to 25% beginning May 19th. I just want to give another quick reminder that we did move. Our office is located at 335 East 100th Street between 1st and 2nd. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hassan. Are there any questions for Ms. Hassan?
Jason Villanueva has a question.
Jason?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good evening. Just more of an invitation. We'd like to invite either yourself, the Chief of Staff, or Senator Serrano to the Statement of District Needs Committee, preferably in May, to have a general conversation about his role in the state budget process, our role at the city level, and how we could collaborate and work together. If you could, can you coordinate with Carly Wine, who's our Assistant District Manager? It'd be greatly appreciated. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. I know the senator is looking for opportunities to talk about the state budget, so I will let him know about the invitation for the district needs meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hassan. Jessica Morris?
Thank you, Nilsa. Question for you it's a simple question. Is there a sign outside the new office? I've walked by a couple of times and have not seen one. An address is great, but a sign is better.
Yes.
Has that not materialized yet?
We just actually approved a sign last week, so you will be seeing a sign going up on the top, on the sides, on the windows, everywhere.
Fantastic. Thanks so much. I look forward to seeing it.
Thank you. And we also had to, we went through a lot with the post office in changing the address because they had us on First Ave instead of on 100. It's a long process, but we're there. We're going to be putting the signs up.
Great.
Thank you, Ms. Hassan. Are there any more questions for Ms. Hassan?
Okay, there are no more hands. The next rep is Maggie McDermott with Councilmember Ayala's office.
Good evening, everybody. I hope everybody's well. It's great to be here. My name is Maggie McDermott. I'm here to represent the office of Councilmember Diana Ayala. I was going to mention the day of action. I do want to include that, Councilmember Diana Ayala is hosting a day of action alongside all other elected officials that will include Manhattan Borough President Gail Brewer, Assembly Member Robert Rodriguez, Senator Serrano, and Senator Brian A. Benjamin. We initially had this planned for tomorrow, but we had to reschedule due to inclement weather. So this event will now take place, as Sued said, next week. Also wanted to briefly mention that Councilmember Ayala has been working hard to assist local residents with securing vaccination appointments. We now have vaccination sites throughout many areas of East Harlem, including but not limited to NYCHA Developments, which is at Johnson Houses is now a site. Local clinics, Walgreens, Rite Aid, CVS, Metropolitan and Mount Sinai hospitals both have a supply of vaccinations. In addition, Taino Towers has a major vaccination site there as well. So we would like to interact as much as possible with the public to assist individuals that are looking to become vaccinated. Councilmember Ayala is remaining committed to ensuring health inequities and disparities are addressed within this community, and that has been hardest hit by the COVID-19 pandemic. Please remember to continually use face masks and hand sanitizer and wash your hands regularly. COVID has not left. We are still in the midst of a pandemic. Then I wanted to briefly announce that in June, Councilmember Ayala is hosting a gay pride event. And in July, hopefully she will host, along with the Cicely Tyson Committee, upon approval from the Community Board, of course, hopefully there will be a street renaming for Cicely Tyson Way. And there will be a celebration thereafter on the block in which she was born and raised. And that's all.
Thank you, Maggie.
Thank you.
Are there
Thank
any
you.
questions for Miss Maggie McDermott?
Art Perez has his hand up.
Mr. Perez? Arturo Perez?
Hi, Maggie. Thank you.
Hi, thank you.
Yeah, hi. I'm Art Perez. I'm from
I
East
know.
Harlem, Puerto Rican. You know me. But anyway,
course.
we have been in contact with the council's office, and we've been talking with I think our chief of staff and Jose Rodriguez.
Yes.
And we've been looking for support with this issue that I mentioned earlier about the medical van that we'd like to have available to our residents in East Harlem and NYCHA Housing. And we've been having this problem with New York City DDC and OMB to give us permission for the conversion of a transport van into a medical van. So if you could please, help us in this effort, I would really appreciate it.
I will reiterate that you are in need of assistance, but I know that there are ongoing dialogues between you and the council member herself and
Yes.
The chief of staff. So thank you so
Yes.
much. I will
Yes,
definitely do that.
this is Nilsa. I just want to bring to the board's attention that we are here as volunteers for the community board. If you have concerns with your work or an issue with work, these conversations should be held offline. This is the public session so that we can discuss a lot of things that affect the community, but for us individually, we do not want to be perceived as having any conflicts of interest when we bring up discussions that personally affect our workplaces or ourselves. So I please ask everyone to remember the focus. If you have concerns, work-related concerns, those should be done offline. If you're bringing something to the board's attention, then, and you need to then do that as an individual, and then there's rules and regs for that. So with the situation, again, I am sorry that this is occurring, but this is a conversation that is better held offline so that there is no misconceptions about the board. Moving forward, Angel, who is the next speaker, please?
Before the next speaker, we had a question from Nye Whitaker.
Okay, Nye?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Maggie, my sister, I was just going to ask if you can give an update up from Sunday's press conference regarding additional funding for NYCHA developments, particularly those in our community that were held by Senator Chuck Schumer, which I know the Councilwoman's office attended. If there's any updates you could share, I'd appreciate it.
Correct. Thanks for asking that night. Truth be told, the council member went and I'm not prepared to speak of that particular topic. I am just the messenger and she's the principal. So I think that she can better indulge in that dialogue, but I will mention to her that you expressed an interest in that. And I did also want to say that Council Member Ayala is deeply, deeply involved in quality of life and public safety matters, especially as they affect the 125th Street corridor, the 116th Street corridor, and the 110th Street corridor, and throughout the district. So I want to make sure that everybody at this meeting is aware that she has engaged with individuals along those corridors in efforts to help them herself. She pretty much knows almost everybody by their first name. That's how heavily involved she is with people in dire need of help. Jason Wu, I thank you for mentioning that, you know, these are extremely vulnerable people for the most part that are challenged with behavioral health disorders. So with that being said, we want to lead them towards help, not, you know, lead them to a more vulnerable state. So it's complicated, it bears many challenges, but she is very, very actively involved with improving the quality of life and public safety for all her constituents. So.
Thank you, Maggie.
Thank you.
Are there any more questions regarding Maggie's report? Jason Villanueva?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Not a question, Maggie, just an invitation to the council member. At the end of this month, we're going to try to have a conversation for the budget that typically comes out from the mayor's office around this time. And we'd love to coordinate our efforts with our local council member and, more importantly, to further address the issues that affect our community and properly ensure we're advocating in the right direction for the funds to address a lot of the challenges that we heard today.
So Jason, thank you so much for that invitation. Is there any possible way that you could email me the details and I can definitely present it to the council member scheduler and she will do her best, schedule permitting, to attend. But
Absolutely.
I would need the details, okay? So if you could please, I'm gonna drop all my information in the chat box and now I have access, thank God, to panelists and attendees. So you will all see my information. Please feel free to reach out, you know, and we will provide the linkage necessary or the assistance necessary, okay? Thank you, everybody.
Thank you, Maggie. I don't see any more hands raised for Maggie. So with that, we'll move along. Angel, can
Sure.
you tell me the next person?
Certainly. The next speaker, the next registered elected rep is Philip Ellison with the Public Advocate's Office.
Ms. Ellison?
Good afternoon, good evening, CB11. Good to be with you again. I hope you're well, and I'm glad to also hear about the marijuana education or what people say cannabis education and so forth for the community as a former resident of CB11 as well. So just a few things, just keeping up to date with what our office, what the Public Advocate Jumaane Williams has been doing, and you can always reach out to me, so I'll leave my information. You know, a number of things. We've continued to call for the accessibility and work behind the scenes and give suggestions and work with groups like Beta NYC, which is a civic tech organization that works with community boards around the accessibility in the website to sign up for vaccines. That have been a long time issue since the beginning, and we came out right away, as tech is one of our issues that we also focus on in our office. So we've pushed in that way and pushed in behind the scenes on accessibility around vaccines, always continuing around the vaccine equity and education around this as we've been concerned. We've also been calling for, expanding the funding to small businesses in the community. The public advocate's been in city council hearings in that regard, as well as there was recently a city council hearing where the public advocate really talked about mental health, especially in our Black and brown communities. You could tell in New York, you can hear motorcycles going by, it's getting warmer, which is a blessing. But mental health is a major, as you know, I would be remiss and ignorant, right, to acknowledge the verdict of Derek Chauvin as the public advocate has made his announcement, right? But the public advocate has talked about the mental health impact of watching that, and what happened in the pandemic, and just literally in our neighborhoods, the mental health challenges that we have, and that the city, with all this federal funding, has to fund new solutions or new centers like respite centers and other centers take funding to support our communities with that. So there's the call there around mental health and what are the kind of new solutions or additives to our communities. And we also, I would say, with gun violence, with the kind of gun violence that we saw at certain parts of the year, and where certain things rise in summertime, the public advocate, I was there personally with him, came together with the crisis management system, collaborators, like, so the Save Harlem, East Harlem group, Save was there. Many of the groups, gun violence groups on the ground, from Miss Sekou in West Harlem to Queens to Brooklyn and Bronx, came together. A lot of Black and brown local organizers and people who are going to be there. They want to have a safe summer, and they want to be preventative, and they want to be on the ground, and the public advocate has been working with them and calling with them, as well as City Councilwoman Adams. And we want to take the funding as well from we want to support the Biden administration and the funding that they're giving, but we want to call on the city, we support the city to advance peace. And the mayor did support advancing peace. So that is something, gun violence, and we think about our summers and we think about our communities, that's something. And so lastly, I also say is we've been thinking about technology, as mentioned, facial recognition, right? We're Black and brown folks, just policing practices, just had opportunity to learn about how policing practices and sometimes the companies are not really ready to put these technologies to use on our communities. And so next week, Thursday, April 29th, we will be having a youth and young adult forum with a number of workforce development orgs that teach tech and digital skills, like All Star Code and others, as the Knowledge House in the Bronx, as well as different young or youth organizers and different groups across the city will come together from 6 to 7:20. And we'll have an opportunity to show the film, ban the scan, and to do different breakouts with youth to learn. And so I close by inviting CB11's youth and education committee. We'll send it to them as well to share with the youth and any of the kind of community CBOs as they'd like to come learn about and understand how digital surveillance is impacting them. And I thank you for the opportunity to speak with you all tonight, and I wish you all well. And if you need to reach me, please reach out. You can give me a call. I also am a big fan of Nye Whitaker on this board, and known for Nye Whitaker for years. Not that Nye Whitaker needs to direct me, but if you need to find me, please, I'll put my contact information as well. Have a wonderful day.
Thank you so much, Mr. Ellison. We have a question from Jason Wu.
Hi, thank you for your presentation, and thank you for acknowledging George Floyd. I think, it's something that we can't go on and act like nothing happened and business as usual. Also, as you noted towards the end regarding surveillance, it made me think about the recent video that we saw in NYCHA of the NYPD using robo-dogs.
Yep.
And I was wondering if you had any comments on that in terms of part of the broader policing and surveillance strategy that's being used. And obviously NYCHA is a huge part of the housing stock here in our community. We're also constantly having conversations regarding budget priorities and to see the amount of money that's being poured into essentially toys that are also weapons that are going to be used in our communities is very disturbing. And so if you have any comments on that, and if any of the other elected officials, particularly at the city level, want to comment on that, that would be appreciated. Thank you.
Yeah, Jason, thank you for your questions first and foremost. Or we did a facial recognition town hall, and as the liaison to the tech and data team, what people don't sometimes miss is that oftentimes it's quote unquote innovations are really a suite or different technologies coming together, like being put together in a way that could do certain things, whether reach people at scale or surveil faces and make patterns. And we have concerns because some of these private companies, some of them literally have white supremacist roots, like Clearview AI, which takes, anyone on this board's pictures, what you would call scraping, takes them off the internet without your consent, and then sells them to police departments, or in the case that we came out against, the Staten Island District Attorney's Office, who's doing oversight over Staten Island District Attorney purchasing that, who's doing oversight over the police purchasing the technology that they use. Now, there's supposed to be a little bit more transparency, and what we've seen, to your question, is the digital surveillance dog, which is using a number of technologies. And we did see that they were in public housing, and we foresaw some of this. We're gathering more information on the specific instance, but we do have the concern that technology is deployed and it's not, there's not enough transparency, there's not enough accountability, and oftentimes you see that even with well-intended, it's not, it can go wrong or misidentify people. And so we have a range of concerns, and we're still gathering information specifically on the digital dog. And I'd love to follow up with you and get more information, specifically when you were talking about the guns. So that's my thought there. Issue of court, absolutely yes to Jason Villanueva. There's always, yes, there is concerns about that. That is all there. I think 3 levels of concerns when it comes to surveillance is one, so who your the civil liberties, your privacy, your rights. Many times some of these technologies don't work on Black and brown people, or the people who built the companies that built them, et cetera, aren't really following privacy, et cetera. Should you use that surveillance period is one level, in certain types of surveillance, et cetera. So there's a number of questions, and we invite CB11. We're happy to continue to have the conversation, to come together to learn, because this is coming now. It's not coming now to Jason's question. It's here, and it's going to be here in different forms, and we have to get a grapple. So I invite CB11 again to join us next Thursday. The young people, young adults, please join us too, to learn about this issue and what's going on.
The starting price is at $74,000 a piece. And so that's money that can be used to fix NYCHA housing. Thank you.
Thank you, Jason. Osendi?
Yes, hi. Thank you so much for your presentation, and Philip. So pre-pandemic, I went to the public advocate's office to bring in the issues of our transient community not having enough restrooms. They've been having, this is a systematic issue. There are no accessible areas for them to wash up. This was pre-pandemic. Now, post-pandemic, through my canvassing work and outreach work, this is an issue that is becoming, it's already reaching a point where our transient communities are getting sicker. They are getting COVID-19 at a higher rate. And unfortunately, because they're transient, they are sharing and expanding the reach of COVID-19 in our communities. So, when I presented this issue pre-pandemic, I outlined a few locations here in East Harlem that could actually be used and opened for services. As attempts to make this happen they were already made. there was a program that was established over in Johnson's, the pool, yes, I'm sorry, yes, the Johnson Pool Park, I'm sorry, where the facilities were accessible to the transient community. They were able to use the restrooms, they were able to wash up and be presentable, and give them a bit of sense of normalcy. The issues that came up with this is that, you know, they needed support, and there was money just became the only issue that, other than some public safety concerns that have come up after that. Because we need the budgeting for mental health services and to provide additional support to our transient communities. We've been working with local organizations to really get a very clear picture of how they're functioning here in East Harlem, by understanding their canvassing efforts, the services that they provide, and to really center in on the challenges that our transient community is facing through this pandemic. As you may have heard in you know, the previous registered speakers, you know, the issues and concerns that are chronic, they are constant, and they affect all of us in one form or another. And you know, on this board, we have been able to be very clear into getting, you know, answers to the question that has been plaguing this community for a long time. Now, I understand the efforts that the Public Advocate's Office have put forth to make sure that the transient community is protected during this pandemic. Now, I am requesting from you to please join us at our committee meetings and to be able to actually look at the data and the structure that we're seeing on the issues that are plaguing East Harlem right now. And if you would like to take it a bit further, you can actually see that this pattern that is being very presently obvious here in East Harlem is actually one that is present throughout our city. So if we are able to actually understand the challenges that we're facing, we'll be able to not only improve the quality of life of our transient community, we'll be able to reduce our homeless numbers, we'll be able to improve the quality of life for our residents. And more importantly, we'd be able to actually have people housed, you know.
Okay, oh, Sandy, I'm just gonna interrupt right now because this is a very involved topic.
Yes, ma'am.
Did you have a specific question? Because it sounded like you gave a lot of background and commentary, but did you have a specific question? I think that you identified Johnson Pool. Did you mean to identify Jefferson Park and Jefferson Pool? Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
I just wanted to clarify that. And Mr. Ellison, while I have you, I would recommend also that you're inviting us to your meetings. We are currently, as Osendi has said and other chairs have said, we actually invite you to ours because you should have the ability to sit with our committees, and public safety is one of them. As you see, Osendi has very eloquently brought up the concerns based on her experience and her work and the work that the Human Services Committee has done. So I invite you to go on our community board website and avail yourself of all the links that pertain. The Public Advocate's Office touches every single piece of the community. So it would be wonderful if you can schedule meetings where you can actually come and speak regarding the different topics that hit this community.
Happy to. I appreciate it. We might have met prior to the pandemic, before the pandemic. I'm happy to come to a committee meeting. I'm happy to schedule a call if you want to do a targeted conversation or have me elevate. I was, for example, CB3 in Lower Manhattan has issues and concerns about open restaurants and enforcement and cultural issues and questions on how to before that. And so I had to join their committee, CB12. I joined the public safety committee and led a panel there. So I'm happy to join CB11. I'm one person in Manhattan, but I'm happy to. So you can reach out to me and give me a call or email me and I'll join one of the committee meetings, or we can schedule a phone call and I'll make sure I take in everything I need to. So I'm happy to be there.
Thank you, Mr. Ellison. And we'll make sure, since we know that you're only one person, we'll rotate you. Every month, a different committee or two might get you until we have you at all our committees and
Sounds
your
good.
expertise. Thank you
Excellent.
so much. Is there another speaker, Angel?
The next elected rep is Isabel Abreu with the Borough President's Office.
Hello, Isabel.
Hi, everyone. The board president will join us later when she will deliver remarks.
Okay. So with that sounds awfully familiar. I think we said that last month and something happened. But with that said, then we will move on to a special presentation that we have. Right, we will now hear, we don't have any more elected officials. The Manhattan Borough President is on pause. We will now hear a special presentation on ranked choice voting by Omar Suarez, the Director of Partnerships and Outreach NYC Votes from the New York City Campaign Finance Board. At the conclusion of the presentation, we will entertain brief questions. Again, please keep your questions succinct and germane to the topic of ranked choice votings. Mr. Suarez, are you available?
Present, yeah, presente.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Nusa, and thank you to Carly, who reached out to the Campaign Finance Board to do this presentation about ranked choice voting. My name is Omar Suarez, as per the introduction you just heard, and I'm with the, actually, let me just share my screen. Okay, so everyone should be able to see my screen now. And my name is Omar Suarez. I'm here with the New York City Campaign Finance Board. We are a city agency, independent and nonpartisan, principally responsible for administering the city's public matching funds program. So you may have heard of the 8-to-1 match for qualifying donations for city electoral candidates. We primarily administer that program, but we also have a charter, a New York City charter mandate to conduct voter education. That includes ranked choice voting, the new system here in New York City. So that's why I'm here with you all this evening. So I'm gonna just explain a little bit about like ranked choice voting, what it is, where it came from, explain the ballot, you know, how it works, how it's filled out, then go into kind of how the tabulation process works. And then finally, I'll end with just some resources for you all to, as advocates, go out into the community and make sure that folks in your network are also aware of the new ranked choice voting system and how it works. Just to give a little context, 2021, we do have elections once again this year. I know we just went through a very big election year last year in 2020, but in New York City, every year is election year. And I also want to state the local elections are as important as any other. On the left-hand side, you can see some of the positions that we're voting for this year in the city elections: mayor, public advocate, comptroller. Those are all citywide offices. We have the 5 borough presidents and 51 city council races. I'll also add that the borough presidents and the city council races are also responsible for appointing the community board. So in a sense, community boards are also affected, although they're not directly elected. On the right side, I just named some issues here: education, housing, transportation, small businesses and jobs, you know, our economic livelihood, healthcare, and many, many, many other issues that are on the ballot this year with our selecting our new city leadership and government. Moving on, I want to provide some key dates here for the 2021 elections in June, coming up very soon. June 22nd is the citywide primary. We're going to have early voting from June 12th to June 20th. And that primary election is for all voters registered to a political party holding a primary in New York City. That's the big parties, Democrat, Republican. Some other smaller parties may have a primary, But if you're unaffiliated, then you won't be able to vote in that. The general election is going to be in November. That is November 2nd with early voting once again, October 23rd to the 31st, and that's all registered voters. All right, so let me just get into the topic at hand of the evening. Ranked choice voting. That's, and the simplest way I can put it, ranked choice voting is a new way to elect your representative. That's different than the single choice system single choice plurality. Everybody gets one, and then whoever gets the most wins. So we all know historically that can often lead to somebody that has far, far, far less than a majority of support in a district winning. And so ranked choice voting is a new way to lead towards a broader popularity of a winner. And what it means for voters is now you can pick, you can rank up to your top 5 choices instead of only being able to just choose one single candidate. Gives more say in terms of who ends up being the winner. It increases civility in terms of candidates having to now pursue voters in terms of being their second or third choice even, instead of kind of only going after one base. And finally, we've also seen more diverse candidates win where we have had ranked choice voting. Diversity in terms of race and ethnicity, but also gender. And again, this is all going to make more sense as I go into the details. But that's a rough overview of ranked choice voting. It's just a new way to elect your leadership, elected representatives. And where did it come from? This is a New York City policy. So this is at the city level. It came from the Charter Revision Commission back in 2019. And they put a ballot question to the voters. Ballot question number 1, if we were going to establish a ranked choice voting system in primary and special elections for local office. That ended up being approved, close to 74%. It's very hard to get people to agree, 74% of people to agree on anything, but it did achieve that high level of support. This is just a quick example, sample. Here's a map. This is the green shaded areas that you see here. That's areas that have majority support in terms of voting for ranked choice voting, very widespread. Really the only borough where it was majority against was Staten Island. The other 4 boroughs were majority in favor, and Manhattan and the Bronx, every single district was voted in favor. And you can see in Manhattan, some of the areas are very, very dark green, talking about 80% or more of the voters in approval. So what is this going to mean? This is going to change the way that we vote in elections. Yes, it will. As I mentioned, this is for city offices, not federal or state. When I say city offices, I'm talking about mayor, public advocate, comptroller, borough president, and city council. These are all the municipal New York City offices. I'm not talking about the governor. I'm not talking about the president. I'm not talking about US senator or Congress. And we're also not talking about district attorney. You all live in Manhattan, or I'm assuming most of you live in Manhattan. Manhattan has a district attorney race this June, but that is not going to be ranked choice voting. I want to make that very clear. The next thing, how it's going to affect our elections, is only for special elections and primary elections. So special elections, whenever there's a vacancy, and primary elections are always going to be in the 4th Tuesday in June. Maybe you remember before, the primary used to be in September, but now by law, primary election is always going to be in June. And it's not going to be in November. So a lot of people ask why. I'd like to explain the reason we're not using it in November is because New York has what's called fusion voting. It would make it very difficult when you go to vote in November. Many of you have seen probably the same candidate listed multiple times. A lot of times, maybe they'll be the same person as a Republican and conservative, or the same person as Democrat, working families, or something like that. And because of that, it would make it very difficult to do a ranking if the same person is multiple times. So no general election. This is not, ranked choice voting is not for the general. It's going to happen in the primary in June, in the party primary. Let's go into how it works. Starting off with the most important thing for you as a voter, for your family, friends, how do you do your ballot? This is the most important part. When you get your ballot, it's going to look a little bit different. What you have here is it's like a grid. So on the left-hand side, you have a list of candidates running down the left side. On this example, candidate A, B, C, D, and E. And then next to those candidate names, you have 5 columns with a bubble inside each column. And what that represents is if you have your first choice candidate, in this case, it's candidate B for this sample, you fill in that first bubble in the first column, that's your first choice. If you only like one person, then that's it, you're done. You can finish right here. If you only like one person, you only have to do that one, and that's your vote. However, if you do have a second person that you're considering or you like, or you think could be a good backup option or something, or a third, then you just go for your second option, you go into the second column. If you have a third choice, you go next to their name for the third column, and so on. You can do this up to your 5th choice. You have up to 5 choices. That's why there's 5 columns. You might notice here there's only 5 candidates, but it doesn't have to be that way. This is an example here. You see that there's 8 candidates listed plus the write-in candidate. So yes, you can still do a write-in and you can rank them like you would rank any other candidate. You fill in the bubble next to their name if they're your first choice, you fill in that first column next to their name, and you continue on as with the other. So if they're your first choice, you go first column. If they're your second choice, you go second column. If they're your third choice, you go third column, and so on up to your 5. You have up to 5 choices. Finally, this is just when you do actually go to the Board of Elections or to the poll site. This is the sample ballot from the special election that we had in the Bronx. So when you go to vote in June, it's going to look something similar to this. Again, you have the list of candidates on the left-hand side, write-in down at the bottom, and then 5 columns next to each person's name with a bubble in each column. So that's it. That's how you fill out the ballot. I just want to point out a couple of things to be careful with. Overvoting. So similar to a regular choice election, you can't vote for 2 people. In a ranked choice election, you cannot have 2 number 1 options. You cannot have 2 number 2 options. You cannot have 2 number 3. Just 1 person, 1 rank. 1 person, 1 column. That's it. Otherwise, the machine will reject it, and you're going to have problems. If you're in person, then you can fix this. However, if you vote by mail, there will be instructions, but if you do this by mail, by the time it gets to the Board of Elections and they take it out of that privacy envelope, they have no way to match it back to you. So they don't know whose vote that is. So we want to be very careful with our elderly or whoever votes by, or people in our community that are voting by mail, to not make this error. This is called duplicate ranking. It's not as serious. But if you really like somebody, in this case, they really like candidate B and they want them to be their first, second, third, fourth, and 5th choice. You don't have 5 votes here. You only have 1. This only counts as a 1 vote. So you're not harming, this does not invalidate your ballot, but you're not helping them. And you're just wasting your second, third, fourth, and 5th. You're wasting your other slots. So this doesn't make the vote any stronger or anything like that. In fact, ranking does not hurt your first choice. Ranking just gives you more options just in case your person doesn't make it in the election. So I'm going to explain what that means in a second. When I say that in case your person doesn't make it, what do I mean by that? Let's say election day has passed, everybody has voted, the BOE has counted up everybody's first choice, and candidate B, whoever that is, they get over 50%. Well, they won. They will be declared the winner and election's over. So if they get over 50%, it doesn't matter what anybody else's second or third choice is, because they got the majority right there in the first swing, in the first round. This happens around half the time. The first special election that we had in New York City with ranked choice voting, it ended like this. One candidate got close to 60% in the first round and they were declared the winner. However, the other half of the time, this is what happens. Now you see candidate B, they have the most votes, but it's not a majority. They only have 39%. Then what happens here is that's where the ranking comes into play and the tabulation comes into play. So again, this is after all the votes have been counted. Now this is a process that happens internally in the BOE. This happens, internal to them. They will only report out the first round results and then they'll come out with the tabulation. But what happens here is now we take the lowest candidate and
What?
we take, in this case is candidate D. So candidate D has the lowest vote total. And so what happens to them is they are eliminated. So now candidate D is out and we have to go where the BOE is going to go to whoever voted for candidate B and see whoever their second choice was or whoever their next highest choice was. Let's say in this example, we have a sample of somebody that voted for candidate D first, and then their second choice was C. So that person's now moving, their vote now goes to C. Not everybody is going to move the same way. It's not split evenly. It's split based on however people divide up their second choices. So once those votes get split up into second choices, now you see now candidate A went from 27 to 31, B went from 39 to 45, and C went from 22 to 24. So they all got a piece of D's votes, of candidate D's votes, based on whoever the second choice was, whoever the most common second choice was. And then this process continues until we're down to the final two. That's how it works in New York. It always has to go to the final two. So now candidate C has to go. Unfortunately, they didn't make the cut. They didn't get enough votes. I'm sure they ran a great campaign, but now their voters are going to their next choice. So this person just went from candidate C. Now they're going to candidate B. And so that happens to all of those people's votes until we're down to our final two. And then in the final two, well, once you're down to the final two, somebody has to have a majority. Unless it's an exact tie, it hasn't happened. You're not going to find an example of it. It's incredibly rare. Somebody's going to get a majority. And then once that happens, they are declared the winner. And this could take some time. This is I'm going to explain in terms of the weight and getting the information. I'm going to get into that right now. The first thing is, I just want to get this out of the way as well. You may hear about something called exhausted ballot. What that means is everyone that you picked on your ballot, it was eliminated. You didn't pick one of the final two. And so your ballot gets exhausted because after round by round, the people on your ballot kept getting knocked out. By the end, you didn't pick one of the final two, so your ballot's out of the counting by that whatever final round that is. Your ballot's been exhausted. You kept moving from one person, and they kept losing. And we can't always vote for a winner. That's how it works. That's if it was, we haven't found a system yet where everybody could pick the winner, but maybe one day. And so this is what happens. That's what an exhausted ballot is. What we do say is the more ranks that you use, the more chance that you have of affecting the final outcome. So that is one recommendation that's one reason why it's recommended to use your ranks, because you want to make sure that your vote is impacting all the way down to the end. And so I'm going to just go through some final reminders. You can go up to 5. You don't have to pick 5. Again, it's up to 5, but 5 is not mandatory. You can still pick 1 if you want. Those other second, third, fourth, those don't hurt your first choice. All they are is those are your backup options. If your first choice is knocked out, now you have a backup option. If you didn't pick a backup option, then you're just done. You took one shot. If you decide to use your 5 rankings, you don't count as 5 votes. You still only have 1 vote at a time. The only difference is When you use those second, third, fourth, fifth rankings, now if your top person is eliminated, you get to now have a second shot with your second choice or third or fourth. So it's not 5 votes, but in a way you do have like 5 shots to affect the outcome. And timing, I said I would explain a little bit about the timing. We saw 2020, sometimes it takes a long time. It takes a long time to count the votes. And the reason for this, especially for ranked choice voting, the BOE has to count all the votes. You know, they have to accept ballots sometimes after 10 days after the election. And these are oftentimes like military ballots or overseas that they take a while and they have to count them. And they can't really start tabulating until they get every single vote. You know, we want to make sure every single vote is counted before you do any type of tabulation into second or third. Everyone's first choice has to be counted first. And, you know, if there's a winner in the first round, then that will be known a little bit quicker. But if it's going into tabulation, then it could take a little bit longer. We just had special elections in the Bronx on March 23rd, and we didn't get the winner until 3 weeks. So maybe it'll take 2 to 3 weeks. It's very possible. So be patient. This is a democracy. You know, we got to make sure every vote counts. And I'm going to just end by sharing some of these resources. We have our website for the voting.nyc. There we have the poll site locator. We have information about how to get your absentee ballot. We have information about more ranked choice voting information, how to contact us, you know, stay alert. We have a resources page that includes things like the flyer, copies of this presentation. We have a video that's 3 minutes and it's translated into English, Spanish, Chinese, Korean, Bengali. And we have our social media presence as well. So I'm going to share these. We also host regular, longer form trainings. This is more of a presentation just for community board meetings, but we do longer trainings as well. And I'll close out. There's also the Board of Elections, which is a different agency, that's a different entity, but they also have some information. You can always look up the Board of Elections. And I will end by just saying thank you once again. And I'm here to answer any questions.
You're muted, Nelson.
I can't. I'm sorry, I'll try it again. Thank you, Mr. Suarez, for a very informative presentation. I'm kind of looking forward to ranked choice voting, but I'm kind of not because of, like you mentioned, the lag in potentially finding out who the winner is. And so that's just, but I'm excited to see it in action. I open up the questions to the board. Nye Whitaker has a question.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Omar, for the presentation. I just had a question about the tabulation. So in the races that we've had, which have been mainly specials up until now, that ranked choice voting has been called into play, it's been done manually by hand. And we have a June 22nd primary with, I don't know, thousands of candidates. I feel like there's 40 candidates just for mayor alone. And, you know, as you go down the other layers, I know that I've been reading that the legislation would need to decide on the technology that is implemented to do this electronically, but I just didn't know if you had an update on what the plan is and whether or not we thought there would be electronic tabulation or if there are plans for manual tabulation for June.
I don't have an update on that specifically. What I can say is we do work with the BOE, although we're a separate agency. One of the things that we've been asking for is to give the BOE the ability to tabulate or prepare the mail ballots earlier, to start counting those right on election day instead of waiting several days. But in terms of the machine, and there was another question about the new machine, I don't have information about that specifically right now. Although I can follow up with Carly Wine with
Yeah, if you could follow up with us, I think to Nilsa's point, it's important for us to set expectations with our community as to how long it'll take after Election Day before they know results. Because I just remember the panic that happened in November, and we want to make sure that we set expectations for our community members, whether they're voting by mail or earlier in person, so that they don't freak out or think there's something wrong or that their vote, didn't count. Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you for that sentiment.
Thank you, Nilsa.
Thank you. Marissa?
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Nelsa. Carlos, thank you for presenting. I'm sorry, Omar. What?
Carlos is my father.
Yeah. That's I was channeling. I was channeling that. Are you doing any trainings, or are there any trainings for some of the elderly or more mature audience? Because I know there's still tons of people that are just not familiar. They think this is coming next year or another time. I'm like, no, this is coming now. So just didn't know if there were any other opportunities for connecting, some folks who may not be on this call for training and our information.
Yeah, no, we're doing trainings all the time. We do not only community boards, membership-based organizations, NAACP branches, many of the senior centers. I will put my email in if you have specific, but we're constantly on a regular basis going into different community centers, senior centers, working with elected officials' offices. We're planning specific training specifically for voters with disabilities, visually impaired, hearing impaired, and also speaking about the ballot marking device. So, we're hoping by the end of the month to have a large print version of the flyer for large print for people who need to see large print. Yeah, I mean, we're doing a lot in terms of education campaign. We're mailing a postcard to every single registered voter in May. We also send the voter guide, which is going to have more information about this. That should be in the beginning of June. We're going to be doing print, TV, radio, out on the street, every type of advertising that we can get our hands on, local media, ethnic media, multilingual. So yeah, but my email is here. So I welcome anyone to reach out with additional questions, or if they would like to connect me with another group to set up another training or presentation.
Perfect. Thank you, Omar. And thank your father too. Thank you, Carlos.
Thank you. Malik?
Yes, hello. Good evening. Thank you for the presentation. To Nilsa's point and to your point, you what are the other things you're gonna have in place besides, the mailing for the registered voters as far as early voting is concerned? Because I mean, to my understanding, we have early voting. How much because it's a late process, it's a long process. How focused we're going to be on trying to get everybody to do early voting so that we don't have to wait as long?
Yeah, anything that we're going to publish, we're going to include the early voting dates. So that's been our practice. Is we don't even treat it as a single election day anymore. We treat it as election day plus early voting dates. Is we publish them together. So anything that we publish, we're going to be including the early voting dates with that. And our website as well, when you go for the poll site locator, it's going to tell you where your early voting site is too. I mean, we can't tell people, you can't make somebody vote early, but I think the more people know, and the more people know how to get to their early voting site, the better. I think it also leads to less lines on election day. And it's just something that we want people to use. We do a lot of analysis in terms of what it takes to get people to vote early. And it's a practice, it's a habit, just like voting itself. It's building that habit and making sure people are aware.
Thank you, Omar. I have one question. It's a combined question. This is Nilsa. So do we anticipate that early voting may be like roughly a week And will we again have, I don't know if I'm saying the right word, but it was like a key tag that we can scan ourselves in to help expedite that process?
Yeah. If you're asking about the dates,
Is
the
it
early
roughly a
voting dates
week?
will be June 12th to June 20th. So I just posted those again.
Okay.
So those dates, we know those dates already. And I think you're talking about the Fast Pass.
Yeah, is that what it was called? Uh-huh.
I think so, yeah. Let me get more. I know those have already begun going out.
Okay.
So, yeah,
So
they
they
are
are
doing,
gonna
they're
be
using them
used.
again, yeah.
Okay, good. All right. Thank you so much, Omar. Are there any other questions for Mr. Suarez? Seeing none, I thank you so much. And if we have any questions, we know that you're the go-to guy.
Thank you. You have my information, and I'll follow up with a copy of the presentation as well. Have a
Oh,
wonderful
thank
evening.
you.
Thank you.
All right. With that, we are now going to see if Gail is here, but I don't think Gail has arrived yet. So we're going to move on to the business session of the meeting at 8:20 p.m. With that, we're going to move to the adoption of the board minutes. The minutes from the last full board meeting were distributed to board members ahead of time by the board office. If there is no objection, we will adopt the minutes from that meeting. Board members, if you object to adopting the minutes, you may raise your hand through Zoom, and I'll be checking that now. I don't see any objections. So the minutes from the last full board meeting are adopted. They will soon be available on the CB11 website. We will now move on to the chair report. And so this month, I didn't write down everything I did, but I did write some highlights. I did meet for a preliminary meeting with the New York City Community Land Initiative. They are going to be putting together presentations for community boards. That's what their interest is, in order to educate community boards on the idea of land trusts and what does that mean. And so that's something that they're looking into, and they were asking for feedback. So we had a preliminary call where notations were made, and then they're going to speak with other stakeholders in order to create presentations that will help answer questions to board members and to solicit interest. This month, I attended some committee meetings. I also attended, I participated in a call with the 23rd Precinct. They're putting together, they have an advisory council, but they're putting together specific council with 5 community member stakeholders. One will be the council person, one is the community board, others are from faith-based groups, and others are from local not-for-profits that do different work. And so the 23rd Precinct wants to discuss with those stakeholders their concerns over the community that they've seen from their perspective, from different perspective of different agencies, and also their monthly meetings, their minutes, and the people that meet on a monthly basis through the 23rd Precinct Council, to get a sense of the priorities within the community, and to get a sense of different avenues and different projects that could be worked on to help persuade other people to come in and to help, or to help us resolve or mitigate a lot of issues. As has been mentioned by Jason and Osendi and others, and I can go on and on with this board. Our community has a lot of joys, but it also has its challenges. And it'll be interesting to participate with that group to get a sense of where the community is headed through the viewpoints of different stakeholders. I participated in the Diana Ayala Working Group meeting, the Friends of La Marqueta meeting this month, a joint CB meetings with other Manhattan community members. boards because we've done 2 in a series of topics. And that has been spearheaded by different community boards, and all of us as a whole are involved in selecting different topics for discussion. And so we are working on a 3rd in a series. I've attended finance meetings with UMES, the Manhattan Vaccine Task Force, and the Manhattan Borough trainings. Several this month included district needs, EEO, advanced land use, basic land use, human rights, open data, and so COI. So the conflict of interest is especially important as we are appointed public members and we have different responsibilities in our lives. So if you have not taken the conflict of interest training, I suggest that when it's offered again, you take it so that we know the proper way to address certain issues that may come in conflict with our work on the board. With that, I'm going to just take a minute and acknowledge the verdict that happened today on April 20th, 2021 regarding George Floyd and a guilty verdict on the charges against the officer who on national television, everyone saw the horror that this gentleman was put through. As Nye Whitaker has mentioned and others have mentioned, emotions are very high. It's important that we help our community however is needed in these challenging times. While this verdict might help with some healing, it does not address systemic issues that we've had not only in our community, but nationwide. And so it's a work in progress. I thank everyone who supports this community, supports our membership. I also thank the jury who came to the decision that it did. I hope that this will help us on a better path, because the only way that we can move forward is by not only looking at systemic racism and not looking at things that keep us back, but we have to empower ourselves, our community, our Black and Brown community, to be able to understand that they are worthy and worthwhile and can be in any career they want. And we need to see more faces like ours in different authority roles so that our children and grandchildren feel that they have a voice. And with that, I'm going to close my report. I had some other things, but I'm going to stop it there. And with that, I'm going to introduce our Vice Chair, Xavier Santiago, who will now give, well, no, before I go to Xavier, I'm going to go to our District Manager, Angel Muscane, who always gives his report after me, and he will now give a report, and then we will move it to Xavier. Angel?
Thank you, Nelson. I was afraid I got dismissed.
Sorry. I take you back.
Yeah, so just a couple of things. Of course, you have my written report, but I did want to highlight a couple of things and mention a couple of others. So one, I'm sure you've seen since our last full board meeting, the mayor announced his directive to city employees to begin returning to work. Returning to the office. And, of course, we're included in that. It will be a very slow and phased in return. So just wanted to let you know that that will be happening, but also to be clear, to not expect the full operation on the first day. It might, it's very likely to take a while, and it'll be very limited. I am tasked as the DM with creating a plan and working with the staff and the borough president's office to coordinate and ensure that we're covering all the bases. Of course, my main objective in the return is to ensure to the extent possible and prepare to the extent possible for a safe and secure return for all of our employees. More on that to come. Secondly, I was very pleased to see that there's been some movement out of the borough president's office. They continue to, as they often do, lead the pack. As you guys may know, the three of us staff members as city employees are required to take certain trainings, among them, and very importantly, and we're glad to participate in, EEO training and sexual harassment in the workplace prevention training, which we of course do. I've been making the case for several years that I thought that given the unique, given the relationship of the staff with our membership, that EEO training should also be offered to board members. And I was very glad to hear that the Manhattan Borough President's Office is doing just that. So this year they offered it on a voluntary basis, but what I was really pleased to hear is that going forward, new applicants and reapplicants will have to take the training as part of their appointment process. I think that's really a step in the right direction. I think it's important to understand this subject area, to understand what your rights and responsibilities are, so that everyone that's involved in the workplace, as an employer, as an employee, has all the necessary information, and then, of course, conducts themselves accordingly. As you'll see tonight, and you've seen during the month, the board is trying out some new meeting procedures. If you're not named Angel Muscane, please mute yourself.
Malik.
Thank you. I was thinking there might have been another Angel Muscane on this call. So as you've been seeing, we're trying out these new meeting procedures, and we are not trying to drive you crazy. We know it's new. We are actually trying to be responsive and proactive to improve the way that our meetings run, responsive to concerns that you have expressed time and again about the duration of meetings, the smooth operation of meetings. So yes, it looks new, but please understand that it is our full intention to help your meetings run more smoothly. And putting it all on the table, to be completely honest, there's a couple of things that we were doing incorrectly, and now we're looking to correct that. And those corrections, we've already done 5 of them in this meeting, didn't even notice. They're just helping the meeting kind of chug along, like we're eliminating votes that aren't necessary, right? So you don't have to hear me, other than my report, reading out roll call after roll call after roll call. So thank you to all the committees and to you all for your patience and your understanding, and most of all, your cooperation as we road test this and seek to improve it in the months to come. And then the last thing, I was looking forward to the last presentation on ranked choice voting. I can't get into politics and any of that jazz, but civic engagement and participation I can speak to. I was very happy that we were able to get Mr. Suarez to join us, and I wanted them to be on and to speak to ranked choice voting as a new thing in our community. Frankly, our voter participation is not as good as it can be. It can always be better. It needs to be better, frankly. But we don't have that many members of the public on the call. So those that are on the call, I'm hoping benefited from the presentation, and our members, I hope, also benefited and will help to spread the word to their networks about this new way of voting that will be, thrust upon them, come June, right? Like we all know how change can be, proposed change can be, well received or not well received. So sometimes people take a while to adjust to changes. It's not that it's a bad thing necessarily, it's just new. in my opinion. So I encourage board members to do what they can to spread the word about, the ranked choice voting to their networks, to the benefit of our community. And with that, I close my report. You're on mute.
You would think I'd see that I was on mute before I start talking, right? I will now move to our vice chair, Xavier Santiago, who will now give a report. Xavier?
Evening, everyone. I'll try to be as brief as possible. I'm almost 24 hours into my first vaccine for COVID. And I'll tell you, I don't have a second head. I'm not a zombie, but I am exhibiting normal signs from immunological response, which is mainly exhaustion and grogginess and overall old man crankiness. So we'll put it at that. So please, if you can get the vaccine, do it. You're doing your part. If you have any questions, feel free to reach out to me. Pfizer was replaced over the Javits Center. For those that are 30 and up, it's open. For those that are 50 and up, can walk right in. I recommend, if you can do it and be part of the solution. To pivot next to Angel's point, ranked choice voting, there are a series of webinars where they are literally drawing it out in crayon, where they can show you the various permutations and how, if you cast your vote, and they explain not just the exhausting of ballots, but also to the Boolean expression. If you choose this candidate and this is your second choice, how that second or third candidate could actually wind up winning. So they explained the mathematical equations in a way that is very easy to understand. I went through it with my 7-year-old, and he said, "Okay, Dad, one more time." And we were able to get there. So that is one thing you'll see throughout social media and elsewhere, where you can actually engage in that and learn a little bit more. I've, again, been out in the field. We are seeing, and I can say, having walked the streets of East Harlem and beyond, that I'm seeing over half of people not wearing masks. You must wear your masks. You wash your hands, sanitize it with your gels and whatnot. It's still a problem here. And even if you've been vaccinated, you still must get plugged in and be observant, because otherwise you're giving the virus an opportunity to mutate. They are a significantly more basic organism, and they can evolve faster than our immune system can respond to. And that's something that you have to keep in mind. So the quickest way to kill a virus, deny it a host. And that's why, even if you've been immunized, please, please, please still be observant. We're nearly there. It's like the last couple miles of the New York Marathon. Other than that, Nilsa and I have been attending, whether it's been many of our 125th Street working forums, working groups, etc. We're still pushing forward. We're still being engaged. And I just ask everyone to please stay stuck in. And then next month I'll have a more in-depth report, but literally came off of the vaccine and just being exhausted, I get to submit my written. So thank you, everyone. If you have any questions, I'll put my information in the chat, and please stay safe. Madam Chair.
Thank you, Xavier. I'm sorry, I was checking that I wasn't on mute. Thank you so much. And with that, we finished the officers' report. And so now we arrived at the section for our committee reports and resolutions. And so in order to conduct an efficient meeting, let's discuss a few ground rules. As you see, as Angel mentioned, we are trying a lot of things different this time around. So in order to run a more efficient meeting, number one, no one may speak until granted the floor. That's just common respect, and that is the chair's prerogative to recognize the person who wants to speak. Board members, if you have a question or wish to make a motion, please raise your hand through Zoom. The chat function should not be used for board business or questions about agenda topics. All such remarks should be made on the record. They actually must be made on the record by raising your hand through Zoom. Chat should only be used to alert us to any technical difficulties you are having, or to state in writing information like an email address that was already stated aloud on the record during the meeting. When a board member is given the floor to speak, I will identify you. If a board member is talking, please make sure that you are on mute so that we can clearly identify the board member. All votes will be conducted by roll call, as you are aware. And please keep your questions and comments succinct and germane to the discussion. I know I've repeated that several times, but I cannot tell you how it's important for the discussions that we stay on topic. With that, I'm going to move to our first committee, Environment, Open Space and Parks, with Jessica Elliott, the chair. Jessica?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Hello, everyone. Obviously the meeting minutes are available for everyone, but just wanted to highlight a few things before we go into the recommendation. The Cherry Blossom celebration at Randall's Island Park is this next week. They have a lot of volunteering events available. Definitely check out their website. In addition, Thomas Jefferson Playground is open. There's actually going to be a ribbon cutting tomorrow, which we didn't get very much notice about, so we'll figure that out. But I was just there last weekend with Eva Chan, among others, I'm sure, as there were many events being held simultaneously throughout the neighborhood. So there are a lot of events being posted and a lot of people looking to get involved. So please check out the newsletter for events and come out. Connie Lee from Marcus Garvey Park Alliance has the public art park to park pamphlets now available. The Friends of the East River Esplanade reported that on May 31st, the bait station is slated to come down and they're working on getting it extended. On May 8th, they're hosting a Jane's Walk virtual tour, which you can register for on the Municipal Art Society website. Friends of the Art Park Alliance is going to have an Earth Day celebration this weekend where they're inviting everyone to write a love letter to Earth. So hope to see you there. And I just wanted to spend a minute just talking about the, we had a really amazing presentation at our meeting this month. The Mayor's Office of Resiliency and New York City Parks heard our concerns about the East Harlem resiliency study. We are still not in ownership or we don't have the study in hand, but they did bring the Star White House, which was the planning and landscape firm who conducted the report, to come to our meeting, and they basically gave us a master class in resiliency, which I encourage you to go check that out. But they basically they told us that they studied risks for sea level rise, storm surge, rain, and extreme heat. And then they talked about potential strategies, funding, and short and long-term recommendations. They looked to align with potential federal funding and to help understand costs and the cost benefit analysis for our neighborhood. This is all focused on East Harlem, is that there is real value in protecting against events. And that protection would need to be addressed both with flooding and rain events, so cloud burst events. They talked about some solutions across systems, making public spaces high performance, reimagining the waterfront, and using streets as stormwater conveyance systems. And all of these solutions they talked about require multiple convening solutions and multi-jurisdictional alignment. So there's a lot more information in my notes, but the city's response to that presentation, they've had concerns about constructability issues, considerations about space underground and like the layering of services under roads, gravity flow, and obviously the same considerations as parking, traffic concerns, emergency traffic, etc. So the Mayor's Office of Resiliency says that they're looking at making progress on near-term moves, but that long-term moves will have more dramatic implications on the built environment. So there's a lot that needs to be done, and it's gonna unfortunately cost quite a bit of money over I'm sure what's going to be decades, if not longer. But this is an important issue for our neighborhood as you'll see in our recommendation here. So we have a the Environment and Open Space and Parks Committee recommends that CB11 support a letter to the New York City Environmental Justice Advisory Board regarding resiliency and environmental justice concerns in East Harlem in response to the upcoming environmental justice plan.
Okay, thank you, Jessica. A quick question. When you mentioned supporting a letter regarding the resilience and environmental concerns in East Harlem, is that outlined in your letter? Or is this just a general letter stating that you support the environmental justice concerns?
So the environmental justice public comment periods is only open until April 30th. So based on the information that we received from this this presentation, we put together a letter as a sort of public comment in support of the Environmental Justice for All report. And then East Harlem is recognized as an environmental justice area. So we've outlined our concerns from a neighborhood perspective that we hope to be taken as a public comment facing our neighborhood, if that makes sense.
Yes, it does make sense. I just wanted to be sure that I understood. So now I will bring it to the full board. So as the board has heard, the CB11 Environment, Open Space and Parks Committee recommends that CB11 support a letter to the New York City Environmental Justice Advisory Board regarding resiliency and environmental justice concerns in East Harlem in response to the upcoming environmental justice plan. So everyone heard what I said, right? Okay. So I'd like to find out if the board has any questions regarding this. Okay. Dawn?
Yes, I'm sorry. I was trying to toggle and look into the environmental justice plan. Is that tied to the it's like all of the open space and the bike lanes and everything? Is that all tied to transportation as well, or is that separate?
I believe that's separate. I think there are a lot of reports happening simultaneously, like the Where We Live plan, which was something that we talked about a couple of months ago, but there's a lot of these multi-layered plans that are happening right now, but this one's focused on vulnerability and environmental injustices, and including elements of systemic racism and equitable resource distribution. So stuff that we've been talking about in the Environment, Open Space and Parks Committee for a while.
Dawn, does that answer your question?
Yes, but I'm probably gonna like go and look a little bit more into it, because I feel like if I was live, I would run over to Jessica Morris and I would be like, wait a minute, tell me more, because I feel like she told me something about this. But for now, I think I'm just gonna try to dig a little deeper, because I am concerned about when the environmental justice plan is sort of like people handing down, oh, this is what's best for your community, like you ought to be doing X, Y, and Z, you ought to be, so I just want to make sure that it's representative of both people who are new to the community and have their own ideas, and people who have been in the community. So I just want to make sure it's representative.
Yeah, I mean, it touches on certain transportation issues like pollution and heat and things that are, results of, oversaturation of sanitation services and proximity to highways and, all of that. So I think it touches on transportation, but it's focused on environmental justice, which incorporates a range of things. But the report itself is just a report, and this is just a public comment period. So I'm not sure what their next steps are, but right now it's just outlining what concerns we have as a community which if you read the letter, we've incorporated issues, including some transportation impacting issues like heat and pollution and things like that.
Thank you. Jessica Morris, I'm going to ask you to ask your question, and then if there are no more questions, then we will put this to a vote, and then we will break for the Manhattan Borough President. Jessica?
Thank you, Nilsa. The Environmental Justice for All report came out a couple of months ago, if I'm not mistaken, and it's intended to start it's a milestone in a longer process to, Don, to your point, to start to unpack some of those longstanding challenges that environmental justice areas or communities have endured over a period of time. So I think any opportunity to speak up and have East Harlem recognized as being aware of its status as an environmental justice community should be taken, because that's how you get dollars allocated for things that matter ultimately. So, I think the specifics, I think, are a little bit in question, but the intention to sort of raise the voice to this advisory board is a good intention to sort of to take that opportunity in a timely way. So it's not specific, but general. And it's my understanding that it's an important opportunity to, in the public comment period, make offer a comment or offer a statement.
Thank you, Jessica. I don't see any more questions regarding this matter, so I'm going to close the debate, and I'm going to start the voting on this matter. I'm going to again read the motion so that there are no questions on what we're voting on, and then we will vote. The Environment, Open Space, and Parks Committee recommends that CB11 support a letter to the New York City Environmental Justice Advisory Board regarding resiliency and environmental justice concerns in East Harlem in response to the upcoming Environmental Justice Plan. We will now put this to a vote. Angel, can you call the roll?
Certainly. Jose Altamirano. Jose Altamirano. Stephanie Arroyo. I'm sorry, what was that? Jose, can you restate your vote?
I said yes.
Okay, thanks, buddy. I couldn't hear you before. Stephanie Arroyo.
Yes.
Yolanda Brown.
Yes.
Eva Chan.
Yes.
Ann Collier.
Yes.
Carlos Diaz.
Yes.
Angela Donadell.
Yes.
Jessica Elliott.
Yes.
Elsie Encarnacion.
Yes.
Judith Ferraro.
Yes.
Thank you. Roger Flores.
Yes.
Cindy Garcia.
Yes.
David Giordano.
Yes.
John Green.
Aye.
Robert Harvey.
Yes.
Ivy Hume.
Yes.
Marissa Mack.
Yes.
Giselle Malave.
Yes.
Pat Martin.
Yes.
Francis Mastroda. Francis Mastroda. Thank you. Malik McCullough.
Yes.
Jennifer Meyer.
Yes.
Jessica Morris.
Yes.
Nelsa Arama.
Yes.
Andrew Padilla.
Yes.
Arturo Perez.
Yes.
John Sanders.
Abstain.
Xavier Santiago,
Yes.
Russell Schuler,
Yes.
Lee Torres is absent. Jason Villanueva. Jason Villanueva. Nye Whitaker,
Yes.
Michelle Wiltshire Clement,
Yes.
and Jason Wu.
Yes.
The motion passes with 31 in favor and 1 abstain.
Thank you so much, Angel. We will pause the Human Services. Thank you so much, Jessica Elliott, for your report and your motion, your letter for support for this important matter. Before we go to Human Services, we have the esteemed Manhattan Borough President Gail Brewer with us. And so I will allow her the time to give us all the information on everything she's working on.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm not so
Thank you.
esteemed. Thank you very much. I am not so esteemed. You know what's esteemed? Community Board 11. So that's what's esteemed. And I want to thank you and Jessica Elliott, because I think we wrote back in December also with Mr. James pushing for Community Board 11, and the foil and the redaction and the lack of transparency on the issue of the resiliency. So I just want to congratulate you for staying on it, because I don't even know if we got an answer. So congratulations. And also just so you know, the mayor's office seems to have, they have an environmental justice resiliency, then they have something else, something else, something else. And 2 of those folks have left, and today's papers indicate there's a new person in charge of something. I mean, that's my not very articulate answer, but probably it should go to other people, because I'm not quite clear who's in charge in some of these mayoral task forces. So just FYI, I'm being a little cynical. I am just concerned about money, because as we speak, there's federal money and there's state money. And so every Tuesday at 3 o'clock, and you're all welcome to join us, we have either a discussion of vaccines or a discussion of recovery. And today we had Lorraine Grillo, who you probably know has been tapped to be the recovery czar for the city of New York. And I guess because I was in Washington in charge of that office for Mayor Dinkins, and all I do is worry about, will this money get to the people for whom it is supposed to get to, or will it get stuck along the way? And East Harlem needs money, just like, maybe more than any other community, because you were hit so hard by COVID. So what she said today, again, it's very general. Obviously, the recovery includes the vaccinations, and I know you're working on it. I've been to some of your pop-up sites. I've been to Johnson Houses. There's a lot of work to be done. Second, the issue of schools. Now, in terms of the schools returning in September, there's a whole bunch of issues. What's going to happen for summer school? My understanding, and again, community board should be involved, is that there will be a lot of community-based organizations working with the summer school program. I don't know what that means. So we're going to meet with the superintendent. We obviously work with their CEC. We'll work with the community board. I worry about summer school, not to mention summer youth employment program. That's another discussion. I just worry about summer school. And then I worry about September. Does everybody have after school? Does everybody have technology? These questions are just endless. Money from the state, which of course I call it the Robert Jackson money, because he actually was the plaintiff. 13, 14 years, it's billions of dollars. It has to go to the students and to the schools, and not get stuck at 52 chambers. So I just tell you, you might want to have some oversight discussions as to exactly where is this money going in East Harlem. So that's the schools. Then you have the workforce, the vacant stores, the whole issue of, will offices come back? Will what are we doing about the vacancies? We are waiting from the Department of Finance. They are supposed to have done this already, to tell us the actual owner of every building in the city of New York. My law is supposed to state how many vacancies, if he or she has them on the commercial strip, what is the size and what was the last rent. And this was all pre-pandemic, but that's the law, pandemic or not. And that'll help us have some sense of what the problem is. I know that you have a lot of vacant stores. Cultural institutions, theater industry, off-Broadway, everything to do with the cultural, obviously East Harlem is the Mecca. There is money. Where is it actually going to get to the artists in East Harlem? And that would be another question that I would find very, very interesting. Now, one of the persons in the phone call today asked, and it was interesting to answer, because artists want like a WPA kind of system, like what took place after the Depression, where literally artists were employed to do what they do best, which is, you know, improve the everything, music, art, theater, dance, murals, etc. So it sounds to me like we're going to have something like that, because it was hinted at today. Again, what are we doing in East Harlem in Community Board 11 to make sure that people who are artists get employed? Again, this is a lot to be thinking about, but you can't just wait. You have to be proactive. We obviously know about open streets, and we know about whether the tourists are coming back and the restaurants. Restaurants are actually having, I think, some problem getting employees. So we need to be sure that if that's an issue, then we need to address it by figuring out between the different groups in East Harlem that work on figuring out how we can, you know, the Strives, the Positive, 700 Strong, all those great groups, they need to be making sure that there are people ready to work. And then just finally, there's the whole issue of REDC. REDC is a Regional Economic Development Corp run by the governor. Beginning of May, they're going to, you know, they just send these things out, apply for money. It's a lot of money for profit or nonprofit who want to create jobs. And again, in the past, to be honest with you, I don't think we've done a great job in Manhattan in making sure that people know about this, because if you don't apply, you don't get the money. If you apply, you might get the money. And so you have to be very conscious of helping groups, and we'd be glad to do this in our office, get the money. It's the same thing with the federal. When the money comes in, you have to have people applying. And we've done an okay job, but it could be a whole lot better. So I just want to say, I'm very focused on the money. Those are at least two places, federal and state. And then we don't even talk about, let's hope that when this moratorium is up for the residential and for, God help us, what's going to happen with some of these commercials when all of a sudden they're going to owe money. So we need to be working with lawyers in legal services. I don't need to tell you that, but you know that very well. Just the last thing is land use. There were some programs, it is controversial. You know about the two gardens that HPD wants to put affordable housing on in East Harlem. I supported them. It's hard. I do it with somewhat of a heavy heart because I do love, it's like, you know, asking for two things that you love. You love community gardens and you love affordable housing. So I supported them, but I do find it's really hard for me to give up affordable housing. To give up garden space because there's not much of it. So I do it because I know we need affordable housing, but I am torn on the topic. I'll be honest with you. We're doing a press conference tomorrow because I do think that the senior centers need to open. Down the street, you can have a coffee shop and all the rich people are sitting there having coffee and the poor seniors have pulled up their chairs next to the senior center, which is closed. The daycare center is open, the school is open, but the seniors have no place to go. So I actually feel at this point, with all the different restrictions that need to be in place, the seniors should be able to have within whatever restriction somebody wants to set, should be able to go to a senior center. I see the chairs outside of them all the time, but they want to talk, they want to have food that is not, with all due respect to the city, the delivered food, because I know that's the best we can do, but it's not like the scratch food that the good senior center staff is able to produce. So I do feel strongly open the centers. And then just finally, we're going to try by your May meeting to have the community board appointments, reappointments done. It's not easy, but we're going to try to do that. Thank you very much, Community Board 11. You have an amazing infrastructure, not just members, but also all the human service, environmental, and other work that you've been doing. It's really impressive, and we got to keep working on the vaccinations. We got to keep getting people to know about the schools, and we have to certainly work on workforce issues, for everybody who needs a job. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Gail, for all the work that you do and the way you always look to assist every board, not just Community Board 11. So I know you're beloved by all the boards. I'm going to open it up. Do any of the board members have any questions for Manhattan Borough President Brewer? I see no questions.
Great.
Okay. Oh, wait, Nye Whitaker. Go ahead, Nye.
Sorry, Gail, I asked a question earlier and the person from campaign finance didn't know the answer, but I thought you might. And it's just about, we know that the past, we had a ranked choice voting presentation. We know that the past special elections have been counted by hand. And there is some concern about what happens with June and whether or not they'll have electronic, systems to be able to process given the loads of candidates and the many races. And I was just wondering if you might have any insights on that process.
I have been sworn that there will be the software. I've heard that from the Board of Elections, from Common Cause, from Doug Kellner, from the State Board of Elections, because I ask the same questions all the time. The ranked choice voting was actually my bill. Some people don't like it, some people do like it, but it was my original bill. So, that's what I can tell you. Everybody says yes, but we haven't seen it yet. So.
Thank you.
Thank you. Jessica Morris?
Thank you, Nilsa. Thank you, President Brewer. I have a question, and I don't think there is an answer, but I want to ask the question about this sort of lesser of two evils exchange, losing community garden space to put up affordable housing. I'm with you in that you have to support housing moving forward, but I think we are recognizing that there are ways to gain and support public open space that aren't limited to property lines in the way that we used to think about that. So I suggested in our land use committee meeting some sort of, whether it's a kind of a point of agreement in the ULURP process or some sort of way of recognizing that longstanding sweat equity of community members investing in garden space as a kind of public open space give back commitment. Specifically 117th Street, which is a cobblestone dead end, which would serve perfectly well as a curbless green street or shared street. So I think we have options. We just have to figure out how to ask for them and connect them to things that we're losing. We shouldn't lose assets to gain assets. We should continue to maintain all of our assets. So if that's something that you could opine on or consider helping us figure out how to make that ask appropriately to whom and when in the process, that would be really wonderful.
I would love to work with you on that to answer your question. Absolutely.
Thank you.
Do we have any more questions for the Manhattan Borough President? Okay, I don't see any. Gail, again, I want to thank you for always showing up and always working hard for all of Manhattan.
Thank you, Nilsa Alama, Madam Chair.
Thank you. All right. With that, we're going to go back to our committee meetings reports. And so the next committee is Human Services with Nye Whitaker, our chair.
Forgive me, I'm at that age where I have to do some things with glasses on and some things with glasses off. I hope you can hear me.
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair, and always thank you, Borough President Brewer. So we had a robust conversation, as always, at our meeting A couple of quick things important to note, and I'll be brief. One is just an announcement that I think is important. Robin Strauschen from Search and Care announced that on April 23rd, there will be a Zoom workshop for residents of East Harlem who are 60 and older to get an update from Dr. Luba, who's from Uptown Pharmacy, on how they can get their pharmacy medications delivered to them if they are homebound and or concerned about being outside during COVID or unvaccinated. And I think that that's really important for many of our seniors and homebound elders to have that information so they are staying safe. Second, just want to remind everyone that Taino Towers is open as a site, and that was thanks to the advocacy of CB11, Councilmember Ayala, Assemblymember Rodriguez, of course, our borough president and others. And so I just want to remind everyone, it did start off with J&J, but given the recall, it is now switched some days Pfizer, some days Moderna, but that site is there and available on Monday, Wednesday, and Friday from 9 to 7, and also on weekends. The hours vary, so just make sure that you check in on the vaccination sites for information. And then we have a standing presentation from Test and Trace, the Department of Health and Mental Hygiene, and also the East Harlem Health Action Center. They're continuing to have services available at the East Harlem Health Action Center. And then they elevated that with the changing of times for the restaurants being extended the curfew to midnight. They were targeting specifically restaurant workers, and in honor of Ramadan, doing special outreach to the African members of our community, working with the local masjids as people were coming for iftar and others who might be interested in getting vaccinated, providing those services across our district. So just wanted to make sure that that was all on everyone's radar. And of course, you can continue to call 877-VAX for NYC or go to www.vaccinefinder.nyc to schedule appointments and find out information. The new rules now, almost everybody is eligible. So if you are someone who is thinking about getting vaccinated, I want to encourage you to do so. I have had both of mine and I definitely feel better. And I am someone who was hesitant to begin with. In terms of our quick presentations, we had a presentation from Easy Living Home Care of New York regarding services that they provide to the community. And then the majority of the conversation was about the request for the letter of support for the application of the Volunteers of America, also known as VCA, to renew its contract with the New York City Department of Homeless Services, otherwise known as DHS, for operation of the Schwartz Assessment Center, otherwise known as SAS, lots of acronyms, located at 65 Charles Gay Loop on Ward's Island. This is a temporary housing shelter. It is an assessment site. They started this program over 125 years ago. They currently house 80 programs. They employ 1,300 professionals, and this is mainly through Volunteers for America, the larger organization. There are 360 beds at the Schwartz Assessment Center. It has 75 staff at that particular center, and it's dedicated to doing casework regarding housing, assessing for educational and employment programs, helping the residents get GED, and helping them again get placed for whatever services that they need or may be entitled to. They did also mention that 45% of their clients have been vaccinated and they've had no COVID outbreaks, but they did lose one person to COVID during the entire time. They are looking for a letter of support. We had, as I said, robust conversation of which we identified that in order to build additional partnerships, it would be beneficial for there to be a member from the CB11 area on their advisory board. And so they were amenable to including that in the letter of support. That seat would then be allocated the same way other seats for CABs and other community advisory boards are allocated under the jurisdiction of our community board vis-a-vis our city council and the borough president's office. There was a lot of conversation about the impact of their residents on the footprint of 125th Street and other areas of our neighborhood, and they were very amenable and open to working with us to address that. And then we also stressed just the need for this service, having a dedicated assessment site so that we could better understand what the needs are of residents in our community with the priority, and also those that might be coming through our community seeking services. And so the committee voted on a motion, which was made by Robin and seconded by Eva, in order to support a letter of support. I'm sorry, that sounds redundant, for this site. And that was the primary focus of the meeting. Madam Chair, I'm open to questions.
Okay, so I'm going to read the motion, that came out of the committee. The Human Services Committee recommends that CB11 provide a letter of support for the application of the Volunteers of America to renew its contract with the New York City Department of Homeless Services for the operation of the Schwartz Assessment Center shelter located at 65 Charles Gay Loop, Ward's Island, at New York, 10035, with the condition CB11 is granted a seat on the SAS Advisory Board. Okay, I have several questions on this. Has this committee been in touch or visited this assessment shelter at any time?
We have not been there recently, but several members of our committee have volunteered outside of our community board work to bring toiletries and food to this particular site.
Okay, and then in terms of, I will ask you a question. If they did not grant CB11 a seat on the SAS Advisory Board, what would the position, in your opinion, have been of the discussion of the committee?
It seemed from the discussion of committee that there was still support for this letter of support. And then a friendly, amendment was suggested, and then that was then approved as well. But there was still support vis-a-vis a system that I know we've discussed previously, but the committee has now developed a 23-question process to review with these organizations that are providing services, whether it is to those who are home insecure, those who might have mental illness, and or those who may have receiving chemical treatment in our community, to make sure that we were reviewing with them the services they provide, how they provide it in terms of what methodologies, what the authorization or jurisdiction they are under, and then again, what is the mix of who and how they serve, so that we can, again, document and better understand what services are in our community, what individuals are coming through our community, what services are being provided to those who are residents, and what level of priority that is, among other items.
Okay, and then one last question, well, actually two, but it speaks to process. As you are identifying organizations in the community that you want to follow up based on their work, which you've been doing diligently, are you looking to have the community board request seats on their advisory board? The reason I say that is because I don't want it ever to look like we will only give a letter of support if we have a seat on their board. So I wanna be, just because of the way this is worded, I am a little troubled by the way it's worded. And so if the committee has identified organizations that provide services that the committee feels they would like to get more information on, and if they have an advisory board where we find out their process and ask if it's a possibility for us, because I never want us to be accused of extortion.
I agree. And so I thank you for that. And I'm totally open, as I believe the committee would be, to rewording that piece. One was not, it says the word condition, but technically one was not a condition of the other. During the conversation, we asked, do they have some sort of community advisory board to provide them with input and share services? And we found out during the course of the discussion that they did, and we were not aware of it. So then we did pause and check in with our staff liaison and also our vice chair to ask if this board was already on the list of the boards where CB11 already makes an appointment or has a seat. And it was our understanding, and again, we can put that back for clarification at the time during the meeting, that this was not on the list. And so the organization offered, and we first said that we would love to sit in on an upcoming meeting if they could share that information with us to hear about their challenges during COVID, their services, their plans now that the city is starting to reopen, et cetera. And then we would have this conversation to explore this for the future. So we are open if there is support from the larger board with or without this statement. I think the committee would be open to that because there was support for this without that item. During the conversation, a friendly amendment was raised to include this item based on what was offered by the organization and their discussion and presentation.
So,
but I agree with you, Nilsa, that we don't want to show any, we don't want to give any room for there to be any negative or distorted interpretation of this. So as I said, on behalf of the committee and any other members that are here, I think would be open to rewording so that we are completely compliant.
So if you are rewording it, before I open it up to the larger board, since this is, you know, a discussion amongst ourselves, if you were going to reword it, would you consider changing the word condition?
Yes.
With something like another word?
Or we welcome CB11 welcomes information about the SAS Advisory Board and future opportunities for collaboration via that entity or something like that, or, you know, whatever. But yeah, I would remove the word condition and say, you know, CB11 is interested in learning more about the SAS Advisory Board and opportunities for future collaboration. And I think that leaves it open enough for us to learn first about it and then go from there. The other thing, Madam Chair, just a question, is it customary that we visit organizations before? I just didn't know in COVID with the protocol, I feel like it's been slightly different. So I just wanted to double check.
No, I was just curious because based on the fact that it said with the condition CB11 is granted a seat on the SAS Advisory Board, I was wondering if maybe there was a visit that had happened and CB11 saw opportunities to advise and engage, and that's why I included it. So that's why I asked if there have been any visits. No,
yeah, there's a group from 125th that goes out on Sundays and takes items. And so several of the members of the committee have been participating in that, separate and above from this presentation.
Okay, so I'm gonna go back and read this out loud, and then I'll open it up to the board for any questions that they may have or any fine tuning. So the Human Services just amended their original motion, I will say motion for a letter of support. The Human Services Committee recommends that CB11 provide a letter of support for the application of the Volunteers of America to VOA to renew its contract with the New York City Department of Homeless Services, DHS, for the operation of Schwartz Assessment Shelter, SAS, located at 65 Charles Gay Loop, Wards Island, New York, 10035. CB11 is interested in learning more about the SAS and future collaborations. Is that was what you said? So does that sound fine to you before I open up?
That sounds fine to me, Madam Chair, but I do know that there are other members of the committee here. Okay. And so I do want to make sure that I would, if you don't mind, Madam Chair, first allow them opportunities to comment and then from the committee and then go to the larger board, just so that we're making sure we reflect their input accordingly.
Right. So I see Eva Chan has her hand up.
Yes, so I'm the one who asked for the condition for us to sit on the advisory board. And the reason why I asked is because during the meeting, I asked Schwartz Center their plan to improve the streetscape of 125th Street. And they weren't able to give me an answer. They basically just said that, you know, we invite you to come sit on our board to participate, to discuss how to make it better. And On top of that, as Naya's alluded to, there were volunteers that has visited those sites. And as far as I can see on social media, the volunteers have talked about how poor the conditions are. So if Human Services Committee members have not inspected the site and you really get comfort that the people that is trying to help is getting the help they need, I think we really need to think twice whether we can simply give a letter of support. But I don't
So
know,
my-
also understand your concern about, you know, the appearance that the condition is sort of extortion. But I do think we have heard a lot of concerns. And we're
Right.
trying to basically say, unless there is a path for CB11 to really influence how the center is operated, it is irresponsible for us to simply give a letter of support, I think.
Right, my question was the wording. I did not question about the fact that CB11 should have or should not have a seat on any advisory board. The protocol is that CB11 is invited to join advisory boards, and we list them and then we assign members. My question was that the way it's worded says, with the condition that CB11 is granted a seat on the advisory board. If they have mentioned that they invited you to join the advisory board, then that can be stated. I'm just curious as the word of the condition, because my concern is that as other people come on for letters of support, will they think that a condition to get a letter from this board means that we have to be part of the advisory board? And in some instances, because of the sensitive nature of the work that's done, that may not happen. So that's why I asked if the wording is sufficient with the wording of the condition that CB11 is granted a seat, because it speaks to me that it may not be what's reflective of what actually occurred. If the committee wants to continue and hold that the way it originally did, then I will put it to the full board. If you want to change your language to reflect that CB11 would like a seat or was offered a seat, then that is different as well. So that is, I am asking for clarification before I put this up for vote to the board.
So thank you, Madam Chair. And Eva, I think personally, I'm concerned about the word condition. I know that that actually came from just the way we word our conversations about friendly amendments, et cetera. Is there anyone else from Health and Human Services on? Because I didn't know if Robin was here because she's the one who made the motion, and I know Eva had seconded. So I just wanted to see if Pastor Scott, I don't know if Pat Martin has her hand raised, or Cindy has her hand raised. Madam Chair, I hope you don't mind, but if there's any way we could call on those members from the committee first, I just want to make sure we reflect
Yes.
their input accordingly.
Okay. I know that Diane Collier had her hand on for a while. Is Diane part of the committee? If not, then I will let her ask her or make a comment last. Is Diane Collier part of the committee?
Not that I know.
Okay,
No,
so
I'm not.
Diane, all right, Diane, I'm just gonna hold your comment off for a bit. I did see you commented in the chat. Oh, Cindy Garcia?
Yes, hi. This conversation of granting the letter of support after the presentation on behalf of the VOA, it was eye-opening, and it's one that we want to, again, continue the work and actually facilitating access to the resources that are available to the community board. And while I agree with Madam Chair, both Madam Chairs, that the word condition does have a sort of implication. So to actually switch it to is granted a seat on the SAS advisory board would be, I believe, sufficient. That we, as the board, will know that we are open for collaboration and we're here to provide support to all these organizations as they present to our committee information data that will be widely shared with other committees to support our efforts. Do you believe that is sufficient and language-wise, Madam Chair?
So Ascendi, I'm gonna read back what you said because I may have missed something, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
So the last section of that sentence, right, with the condition CB11 is granted a seat was the question I had. You mentioned having a seat granted on the SAS advisory board.
Yes. Instead of
with the condition. So basically you've just taken out with the condition.
Yes, ma'am. I believe that it would be very clear and succinct. Something that I don't have a strength on sometimes.
So Nye had suggested CB11 is interested in learning more about the SAS and future collaboration. I don't want to put words in the committee's mouth. So I'm gonna make a notation of what I would possibly suggest for consideration if I don't hear it. And so, okay, let me, I've just made a notation. Oh, Sandy, do you mind if I go to the next person? But I'll make my notes, but I did make your notes about having a seat granted on the SAS advisory board.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you. Eva?
Would it be okay, Madam Chair, if we also called on like Xavier, Arturo, or others who have?
Oh, okay, did I call Eva before?
And then we
I'm sorry.
can circle back to Eva if there's something.
Yeah,
additional.
I just realized that I had called Eva before. My apologies. Arturo?
Okay, hi, sorry. Yeah, what if we just change the wording to with, instead of condition, since that seems to be problematic, change it to with an invitation for a seat on the advisory board.
Madam Chair, is it okay if we take all of the comments and then go forward as opposed to one at a time?
Yeah, I think so. I was just writing down, I'm sorry, that dead silence was me. With an
No, it's okay.
invitation of a seat on the SAS advisory board. That's what you said, right, Arturo?
Yes, yes.
Okay, thank you. All right, and so Xavier?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Chair Nye. My recollection is that this addition, this conditional or this statement was more of a request because we had previously approved, and since this was a renewal with no issues that were raised during the meeting of objection, it was more brought to our awareness that there is a seat and they could include us. And in part of that engagement and us being more involved with and being plugged in, I think that is the animus of the recommendation before us. My recommendation with this matter is rather than using such a, I understand the hesitancy to use a conditional statement where it's very hard and fixed, is that that it was a letter to support regardless, and that we were asking that we be included or offer the opportunity for a seat was how I left that meeting. With the condition, it's a very hard and fixed, but I think it was the sentiment with the board, with the committee's meeting was of that we are being offered this so that we can be more engaged. And I think that's where it was. And I think, would we have said no to the letter? No, it was included with like, yes, please give us the opportunity to appoint someone on that cab or the SAS advisory board. I think that's where where we landed. And I think in trying to summarize things succinctly, the word condition was what was used. But I think we're all on the same page of, yes, we want the opportunity to be engaged, but we also want to make sure we're balanced and that people can't just rock up, say, hey, I want to let us, but we're going to give you this. It's not a quid pro quo. I don't think any member of the committee was under that illusion. And again, without speaking for anyone, but I think having walked away from that committee meeting, it was more of a an engaged and community-based approach with this approval, but it was by no means saying that we wouldn't approve it. It was just we need to be more plugged in, and this is the opportunity. So,
And it was, just to follow up on Xavier, an invitation that they extended, of which we didn't say yes or no. We said, yes, please send us the information so that we can explore. And we did explain, what the appointment process looks like from our organization. So that it was clear that there would be a process for us to follow up and learn more about their advisory board and the ways in which we could then collaborate for a potential appointment in the future.
hope that helps clarify. So thank you very
Yeah,
much, everyone.
it's just that what I'm hearing here to explain the statement, I'm not sure if it's inclusive in the history on the letter, right? So if I'm just reading that with the condition that CB11 is granted, then to me, you're gonna get a letter if CB11 is granted. If within the letter, the body of the letter, it explains what you all have explained, then it makes it a little clearer. That was my hesitancy. I'm going to ask, Diane has been patient, Diane Collier, to make her comment.
Thank you, Melissa. I put some comments on some of my questions as to how long was the contract renewal? And more important to me, were there any clients, testimonies from any users from that site at the committee meeting? I mean, I heard someone mention about the reviews. I think that there are not great reviews from the clients out there at VOA. So those are the two major, I had other questions, but rather than belabor it, I'm just going to stick with these two for now. And the other thing that I made the recommendation of, if they wanted to put the condition in, the emphasis is not so much on having a person from CB11, it's having members of the community be a voice at the table. And I think that's what's lacking out there at that not just that site, but many of the other sites that we have services from. So anyway, that's.
Yeah. Madam Chair, can I answer the first question in terms of length of time, Diane? It's a 5-year renewal. They have to go up for renewal every 5 years. We did double check with the staff about their previous renewals and or any other issues. They did not, I don't recall that they had a client and or, a person from the shelter there, or someone who's, received their assessment services there. But I was not sure if that is something that we ever mandate or ask, and if that was required. So I didn't want to hold, our committee didn't want to hold that against them if that wasn't something that had been requested or required of them prior to. And if we think that that is something that we should do, then that would be fine. But I think we should request it of all organizations who come from before us, whether it's board members, clients, et cetera, so that we are consistent in our evaluation and consistent in our process for all of the organizations, because in just looking at and doing my own research and talking to other committee members on Health and Human Services that have been doing research, several of these organizations are going to be coming before us in the next 12 to 18 months because of budget changes, and also there's going to be a huge shift during the merger of the organizations that is looming forward.
So can I respond to that, Melissa?
Yes.
I would say, and I speak as one person on the board, I would say that I would like to hear from people who are using the facilities as to how either, they will bring them in if it's good, but they won't bring it in if it's bad. And I think we need to hear it one way or the other. And it should be a process for all service organizations that are coming in not just over the next 12 to 18 months, through the entire time that they're in East Harlem. And I say that as a member, not as the board.
Okay. Thank you, Diane. Let me just look quickly. Okay. All right. I don't see any more hands. And
Madam Chair, can I clarify one thing? I'm so sorry. Pat Martin had her hand up a long time ago and it went down. I just wanted to make sure, because she is on the committee, that there wasn't something that we overlooked. Thank you.
Okay. Pat? Pat?
Yes, hi. Hi,
Hi,
everyone.
Pat.
I was just listening in, and we did not make it a condition that we join the board, but I think it's important that we do have someone on that board, because I know a few people who have been residents of that program. And there's a lot going on that if our community is going to be impacted by that organization, then we should know what's going on there and have a say. And I agree with Diane. We should bring in participants from these organizations who want renewal and want a letter from us. We should hear from their participants.
Thank you, Pat. Russell?
In light of hearing, I'm speaking like as Diane said, as a board member, the questions, a lot of things have just come up that it gives more clarity on the negotiation and what was going on. But in respect to the precondition, I would think that when we would talk about that or think about that, that means we would be imposing our will on them for the support. And another light, we should be as a board, not be willing if someone or an agency had questionable approvals, that they would offer us something, or that we could be perceived as taking a bribe as well to do it. So I would think that in light of this, that we should have it written that we would consider the invitation for membership or for community involvement, as opposed to saying we'll accept it because you offered it to us. No, we'll consider it. So that means anyone else on the outside ever seeing this, it could be that you go to Community Board 11, if you're not satisfactory, offer them a seat. They'll give it to you. Or the other way, us saying that we want to be involved, and I don't believe that we should be in control of anybody that runs their programs, but we should have an influence on making sure we get the quality of services that we are due. So just a matter if we accept it, we would consider accepting their invitation, as opposed to saying we will accept it.
Thank you, Russell.
Okay.
Thank you, Russell.
I'm sorry, did I cut you off, Russell? I did not mean to.
No,
Russell?
I cut everybody else off. I'm finished.
Oh, no. Okay. All right. Thank you, Russell. David?
Yeah, very quickly. I mean, I think, Russell, you said it so eloquently. You know, we never want to be perceived as, oh, you give us this and we'll give you a letter, or we'll give you a resolution, or whatever the case may be. But I think, you know, in going back, and Diane, you hit on some points, maybe we do like we did with Randall's, where we assign a community member that the board appoints to be a representative to the board, but maybe not a board member. So there may be other ways that we can do that in agreement and still get somebody in. And I agree, we should bring in participants, and maybe we should seek some participants or connections that we have to people that, so we get a non-biased opinion. You know, I never put my kids that do not perform well in front of an audience when I need a message to get across, right? You put those best forward that will send the message that you want to be sent. So I kind of agree with everybody. And maybe, you know, we should be, again, careful of conditions, quid pro quo kind of perceptions.
Yeah, I just want to say thank you to everyone. And two things. From the conversation, it was always that a community member would be appointed, so not necessarily a member of the board. And so we did explain to them that in some of the seats, members of the executive committee are on it. Sometimes it's a community board member, sometimes it's a community member. So we kind of gave them, Xavier and myself and Marlene, a little bit of some of the other boards and cabs and groups that we have either appointments or placements on, et cetera, so that they were familiar. But as I said, it totally caught us off guard that they invited us. And so we said that we would explore that. I just want to kick it back to Madam Chair.
Okay, I'm going to take one last question, but before I ask Andrew to comment, Nye, when do they need this letter by?
You know, that's a good question. I'm going to actually defer to Marlene. Marlene, I don't recall that they stressed a date different from other ones where there's a date. Marlene, did they have a date? I don't know if Marlene's with us.
No, they did not.
Yeah, there was no date
Okay.
that I can recall that was listed as, it wasn't an urgency.
Okay, so what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna let Andrew comment so we can get his, and then I'm going to make a decision. Andrew?
Thank you, Chair. I just was wondering, we didn't have any information from participants. Was there any research done on the committee end to figure out what the reputation of this organization is before issuing the letter in support of their renewal?
So no letter's been issued yet. It was just the, request from them. And yes, we did do well, I wouldn't say investigation. We did double check with CB11 staff to ask if there's been complaints or issues, and did research online vis-a-vis our committee members to see what was, has already been stated, written about them, other comments, et cetera, to make ourselves familiar. In addition, as I've said, already, I think it's important that if we are going to have, each presentation seems to bring different things. And so I do think that if we're going to have, whether it's participants, clients, board members, even staff, I would like staff to tell me if they're having, what their challenges and are in serving the community. Then I think if we're going to do that, we should be consistent. As I said, our committee has developed 23 questions that we go through in doing research prior to the meeting and also asking during the meeting vis-a-vis the presentations. We ask these organizations to bring to us stuff like identifying how many members of our community they serve, as I said, where they get their funding from, their authorizers, if they have local employment, local hiring for our community, et cetera, et cetera. So I do think that if we were going to make, whether it's a visit to the site, and or having them have, or us doing a call for presentations from people who have accessed their services, I think it would be all great for us to incorporate that. I just want to make sure we're being consistent. So if this is just a word change about the word condition, or is this bigger? Because I do feel the conversation has changed from eliminating a possible quid pro quo, negative, interpretation to whether or not we're having clients from the program in a site visit and a couple of other things. So I just want to make sure we're aligned on what the chair asked as a recommendation for a revision in language to these other questions that have now been raised by the committee members.
Okay, so this is Nilsa. My original concern was with the wording. The board has brought up other concerns. I think that we all within our committee work needs to look at what's realistic and what is not. And so there seems to be suggestions on the wording. I asked if this letter needed to be done like immediately, because if there was like an RFP, if there is no date, and if it can wait, then what I would suggest, with all the comments you've heard, that you go back and see if you can reword the letter in such a way so that then it can come, before for full vote. I think that it would be challenging, in my opinion, to try to get clients of services and staff and everyone to opine on. So we need to be clear that we can try to get as much information as we can, but we can't be exhaustive. And we will never have all our questions answered. If the focus of this letter, which used the word condition, and I questioned it just because of the word, but if the focus is to have a community member or CB board 11 member to be part of discussions and opinions and can be part of that, there's nothing wrong with that. As long as it's stated in a way in the letter that it looks like they offered as opposed to us. Because if I read it like this, to me, it's like with the condition CB11 is granted a board, it looks like that came from us as opposed to them. So you heard all the different opinions, and to try to wordsmith this now, I think it's probably just a change in one word or two words and you feel you're ready to go. So I would like to ask the committee to take this letter back since there's no immediate pressing need that we know of right now. If you find out something tomorrow, that's a different story. But then executive meets on Thursday, so we can, right? So that then you can just look at the wording. And then if the whole committee is comfortable on the wording, when you present it again, then a lot of the questions will have already been answered by the board. And by that time, you may have a little bit more if you needed to. So what do you think about that?
I'm in agreement with that, Madam Chair, with one additional ask, which is if I could ask Marlene to be in contact with them tomorrow to see if there was a deadline that we were not aware of prior to, just so that we can work to address it if there, raise it if there was a deadline that was of concern.
Right. So if there was a deadline, then the committee should work on the language. And depending on the deadline, the executive committee meets on Thursday of this week, where we will also be looking at some licenses and permits due to the fact that the committee did not have quorum this time around. So if it's something that this time sensitive and we need, and the executive committee needs to review, then we can review it at that time.
Thank
All right?
you. Thank you.
Okay.
And thank you everyone for your comments. Like I said, we are working really hard with this new process to have an opportunity to meet with and engage and develop stronger relationships with our service providers across the district. And so we are a work in progress. So thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chair.
I'm sorry, is that you, Xavier?
Yeah, sorry, I had my hand raised. I would just ask if you'd be so kind to indulge me, that all those members who in our full board meeting who've raised concerns during our full board meeting, if this is not something that is pressing and that is being tabled, because that's your recommendation and we will honor that, that all those members who raised issue here at full board, please attend either the executive or the Human Services Committee, whichever happens first, so that they can be in the know. So we're not having to rehash this out at full board the next time. That would be my only request. So thank you.
Thank you so much. Okay, with that, we're going to move to the next committee report, the Youth and Education Committee. David Giordano, Chair.
Good evening, everybody. I'm going to pass it off to Reverend Brown to give the committee report and discuss the resolution. But I do want to just mention very quickly, as Gail kind of talked about what's happening for the summer, some of the programs working with a collaboration with DYCD and DOE to provide what's called Summer Rising, which kids would be in school for academic activities from 8 in the morning to 12, and then local CBOs would take over the kids to provide enrichment and recreational activities. The elementary school kids from K through 5th grade will have the CBOs in the room with them starting at 8 up until, and we'll provide services till 6. With the middle school, we will get those kids at 12 o'clock. And then there will also be the traditional DYCD contracts and like community centers that will provide all day summer programming. So it is new. We're learning information. Some information I learned from DOE, some I learned from DYCD, but there was a meeting yesterday, talked about big collaboration and working together. It is still new. So Gail, I think we're all gonna bear with it and try to develop this new system. They're trying to base it on a community school model. And this may be some of the future going forward if kids needed additional academic enrichment. So I just want to share that. I'm a little under the weather tonight, so Rev Brown will give the report. Thank you, Rev. Thank you, Nelson.
Thank you. Thank you.
Is Rev there? Is Rev here? Maybe Rev got cut off. Or maybe
No,
I'm cut. No, hi, Rev. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Rev.
Good evening. I just wanted to share. Thank you so much, David and Madam Chair, and greetings to the entire board. I first want to start by acknowledging the committee itself. The last couple of months, which is an extension from last year, the committee itself has really been availing themselves in engagement with the community and all the hard work that has gone in years past. Each month we've been having CECs 4 and 5 at our committee meeting. Usually it's someone from our committee going there. DOE has been there every month keeping us abreast. In fact, we're starting to sign them up. But it's also good when we have those because we feel like we really have a community, because we have the various agencies who are there, the committee members themselves, and also those who come from the public. So we've been having a very informed engagement process. And in that process, last month, CEC 4 and 5 gave an update. And yes, there's the Summer Rising program. David spoke about that. But April was the mayoral candidate forum. CEC 4 had theirs last Friday, and CEC 5 is going to have theirs on the 27th, which is actually the day before the district elections. So these are just some things just to highlight, to share for those who are concerned about that. And as always, the department, the district attorney's office is constantly hosting buyback events, gun buyback events. And last but not least, as it relates to information, is the Harlem Careers. The Harlem Careers is a project that has been launched by the committee member, a few of the committee members, and really having a repository of opportunities for trainings, mentorship, and scholarship for youth in the community. So if you have time, visit their Facebook page, Harlem Careers, and you will be impressed with what some of the things that they're doing. Now, one of the main things that we talked about this time, and is going to need to do a vote on this at the full board level, is a resolution. The resolution was crafted in response to the violent assaults on our Asian brothers and sisters. And because of that, just like last year when there was a lot of conversation and recommendations about the need for diversity in the educational system, we are also recommending that. So Jason Wu was instrumental in helping us draft a resolution for that response. So I'm not sure at what point in time that we're supposed to read a resolution, but when that does happen, I'm going to ask Jason if he will come forth, or David, and read the resolution. And then last but not least, the announcement, which is ongoing, that the summer youth employment applications are open. So that does it for our report. And yes, there is a resolution. Madam Chair?
Okay.
Quickly, Rev, the SYEP applications end this Friday. Please make sure young people apply for those applications. And again, I do, as Reverend Brown said, want to thank Patricia, Angela, and Eva for their work on the Harlem Careers. They really took things on spirit and coming together as part of the committee, identified needs, and really addressed it. So thank you. Thank you, Rev.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Let me ask a quick question before I read. The resolution was made available to all the board members in their packet?
I believe it was. I don't.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Angel, yes, right,
Absolutely.
okay. So all the board should have read the resolution as part of preparation for today's meeting. If we can, I will have Angel, if you can, put it on the screen, and I'll give the members a few minutes to read it, and then we'll move forward. But everyone should have prepared and read the resolution prior. So does anybody need the resolution to be posted for about 2 minutes reading time? Or has everyone read the resolution? If everyone has read the resolution, then I am going to vote. I'm going to read the recommendation from the committee. Diane, did you read the resolution? Not yet? Okay, so,
I glanced through it. I glanced
okay,
through it.
Marissa, I will have it posted. It seems like it's only 2 members of the committee. I urge this board to please read all resolutions and letters prior, especially those that are coming for a vote. The resolution looks like it has been posted. Please take a moment and review it. And I will give you roughly 2 to 3 minutes.
Madam Chair, I have a question.
Yes.
Is there anything that prevents us from having it read aloud, or is it necessary, or is it necessary that it's read individually?
Well, the issue is this, that the last time we had a committee meeting, we read a resolution out loud. And I have board members say that that was onerous, that everyone could take a minute to read it to themselves. And the
Okay.
fact that only 2 or 3 hands went up leads me to believe that potentially the rest of the board read it. So that's why I'm just putting it up for those few members.
Okay, thank you for the clarification.
Now,
It's not that I didn't read it. Like I said, I glanced through it. One of the things that concerned me was that there was no mention of the fact that we have a growing Asian population in East Harlem. And that we are taking ownership of our people in the community. That this, even though this is a nationwide issue, we are very concerned because it is very much a local issue for us as well. That was just my what I read into it. I don't have statistics, but pretty much the last census had indicated that we had a growing.
okay, so what I'm gonna do because I don't want to get into debate before the resolution.
Right.
So I want everyone, right? Because that's like putting the cart before the horse. So everyone take a moment to refresh your memory with the resolution. Then I will read the recommendation from the committee. And then from there, we will open it up for debate. And then Diane, that's where your comment comes in.
Typical. My mother might be Swedish, but she was definitely a tiger mother.
Okay, did everyone review the resolution?
Madam Chair,
Yes, Yolanda?
I'd like to make a note that in the second whereas, there's the mention of the population of Asian Americans in the District 11. And then further down in the actual resolve, it speaks about, it refers to, which is not directly District 4 and 5 in the school district. So there is mention of it, maybe not as elaborate as one may like, but there is made mention of it. So it gives a little more credence to us crafting this resolution because of those who are right here in our community.
Thank you. Thank you, Reverend. Okay, so with that, I'm going to read what came out of Youth and Education, and then I'm going to put it up for debate, which seemed to have started and I stopped it. So the Youth and Education Committee recommends that CB11 issue a resolution opposing anti-Asian violence and requesting more education on racism in districts 4 and 5 schools. The board had a chance to review the resolution. Most of you read it. It was posted. You read it now. So I'm going to open it up for debate. Andrew Padilla has had his hand up. Andrew?
So Andrew's hand was up from before and he had just not lowered it.
Okay, so I'm assuming then there is no comments. So now that everyone read the resolution, saw that East Harlem was mentioned, thank you for the clarification. Pastor Brown, is there any other comments or questions from the board? Jessica Morris?
Thank you, Nelsa. Just a comment about the process that I just went through to kind of reconcile my position on this resolution, in that it is incredibly strongly worded and states a series of beliefs that we as a board have if we are supporting it. I think getting through the whereases was one thing, but reading the resolution part with the bullets of the 5 points of what we as a board, quote, believe, that's where we either support or don't support the resolution, correct?
Yes.
Okay, yeah, so I think that helped me figure out how to take a position in just reading through this. So I just wanted to clarify that the 5 points at the end of the resolution are really the heart of the position that we're taking, correct?
Absolutely, it always is. Thank you, Jessica.
You're welcome.
So I see no more hands. And so with that, I'm going to again read it, and we're going to put this to a roll call vote. The Youth and Education Committee recommends that CB11 issue a resolution opposing anti-Asian violence and requesting more education on racism in districts 4 and 5. The debate section was closed due to no more questions, and I see a hand now. Why do I see a hand now? Let's see. Jessica, did you forget to put your hand down?
I certainly did.
Okay. All right, I'm gonna entertain 2 more questions, but I did close the debate. Okay, Diane left. Andrew, your hand is up again.
Yeah, this wasn't a question as much as just a thank you to the committee for making sure that we as a board are attending to this. There's so many crazy things happening at once. And so, we'd be remiss, I think, if we didn't address this issue in some way. And so I just wanted to thank the committee for bringing that forward.
Thank you, Andrew. So with that, there are no more comments, questions, or debates. We are gonna move it to a roll call vote. Angel, can you do the roll call?
Sure. Jose Altamirano,
Favor.
Was that a yes?
That's a yes.
Stephanie Arroyo? Stephanie Arroyo? Londa Brown?
Yes.
Eva Chan?
Yes.
Ann Collier?
Yes.
Carlos Diaz?
Yes.
Angela Donadell?
Yes.
Jessica Elliott?
Yes.
Elsie Encarnacion?
Yes.
Judith Ferraro?
Yes. And today, President Biden.
Roger, yeah, can whoever that is, please mute? Roger Flores?
Yes.
Thank you. Osendi Garcia?
Yes.
David Giordano?
Yes.
Thank you. John Green?
Aye.
Thank you. Robert Harvey?
Yes.
Ivy Hume?
Yes.
Marissa Mack?
Yes.
Giselle Malave?
Yes.
Pat Martin?
Yes.
Francis Mastroda? She's saying yes? Francis
Yeah.
Mastroda?
Yes.
Thanks. Malik McCullough? Malik McCullough?
Oh, boy.
Jennifer Meyer?
Yes.
Jessica Morris?
Yes.
Nelson Rama?
Yes.
Andrew Padilla?
Yes.
Art Perez?
Yes.
Don Sanders?
Yes.
Xavier Santiago?
Yes.
Isaac Scott?
Yes.
Russell Schuler?
Yes.
Nye Whitaker?
Yes.
Michelle Wilcher Clement?
Yes.
Jason Will?
Yes.
Motion passes with 31 votes affirmative.
Thank you so much. Thank you, committee, for your hard work. Thank you, Yolanda, for your excellent presentation, and David as well. With that, we're
Madam
going
Chair,
to,
I just want to give props to Jason, who's really been pushing us to take more positions and resolutions, and has really elevated that part of the committee. So I just want to give him that due justice and notoriety. So Jason, thank you.
well, I will say that Jason has a special lens in terms of social activism in our community and always fights hard, no matter what the topic. And so, yes, I can understand you wanting to make sure that the board understood that he was a good support behind this effort. Thank you, Jason, as well. With that, we're going to move to economic development and culture. Marissa Mack is the chair, and she will now report.
Thank you. Can you hear me? I have my earphones
Yes.
on. Okay. Hi, good evening. And hopefully you can see me as well.
I see you.
Good evening, all. Yep. Hi. So this month we had a presentation from Karen Naylor Simmons, who's the director of Columbia SBC, and she spoke about the services that they offer for consulting and development. They partner directly with the SBA, so all the information that comes from the SBA is directly funneled to their organization. And she encouraged people to join their email list and to go online to obtain additional information. The SBDC also has an additional loan, a storefront loan that is separate from the SBA offerings, and the loan is offered and up to 50,000 that is available. We also had a presentation from Elaine Powers Belvis from SBA directly, which was great. And she was able to talk a little bit about the Paycheck Protection Program and the Economic Injury Disaster Loan. She wasn't able to give too much information about the Restaurant Revitalization Fund or the Center Venue Grant, which is a grant specific to arts and culture, but she was able to, give some background on the other two loans and how they are able to assist our community at this time. SBA also has a new administrator. Her name is Isabella Guzman. So there may be some changes coming down the pipeline very soon in regards to how things are being rolled out and possibly new grants that are coming out of that program as well. We had obviously Carrie King and Pablo present on some of the initiatives that they are working on. Carrie's been working hard to help people get vaccinated within the community and also working obviously with the small businesses. There was a recent street cleaning on 125th Street. The sanitation commissioner attended along with Councilmember Ayala, which was very helpful and productive. Also, SS will be a resource bus back to the community. We didn't have it last year, but we did have it the year before. And that bus offered a lot of services for businesses in terms of being to ask legal questions and also being able to discuss any issues that are ongoing. So that will be coming May 13th, but we'll be sharing out more information in regards to that. Union settlement, Pablo, again, he also presented in regards to grant. They are working on rolling that grant out again and working on the specifics of what that's going to look like, whether it's going just to small businesses or are they going to expand it to have a wider offering for other businesses as well, types of businesses. So that's still being formed, and I'll discuss that in a minute. We did have a presentation from Chen and Pat Martin. It seems like they did a road trip this year for all of the committees, which is great to talk about Harlem careers and their initiative there. So encouraging everyone to go out and look at their Facebook page and engage them on different training programs, scholarships, jobs, internships. Everything that has to do with developing and encouraging growth within our community. We also had a presentation from Matain Sarsi. He's with REASE, and that is NYCHA Office of Resistance, Economic Empowerment and Sustainability. So he does a lot of work with job training, job readiness, financial literacy, credit repair, but it does a lot of work within the community to help individuals grow and connect with resources. They're also working with Year Up. So David, I had mentioned that it would be great for him to connect with you so that he could funnel individuals from the community into that amazing program that works with youth to get them ready for the workforce. We also had a presentation from Terrence Bryson from Strive. He mentioned that they'd been doing a lot of work with not only regular, or not regular, but non-alumni, but also with alumni of Strive. And they've placed roughly 600 people in positions during the pandemic. We also had a presentation from Melody Capote from the Caribbean Cultural Center. They are closed, but still doing a lot of work with our community. They offered a training for over 150 leaders at 9 hours each. The training was around institutional racism and social justice. and they are continuing that program, also looking to open up a East Harlem Performing Arts Center and an East Harlem incubator. So there will be more information about that, but it will more or less be a space for people in the community to use. So quickly jumping down, next month, we also, at the recommendation of land use, Stephen Villanueva spoke about the MTA and the Second Avenue line coming and the implications for our community. So we will have them next month. And most importantly, and following up from last month, we did again mention Harlem Small Business Grant and revisited that in terms of a letter of support. So that is to be discussed this evening, but we did separate out the grant from the loan and decided to just put a motion towards supporting the redistribution of the grant back into the community.
Okay, thank you, Marissa. Can you read the motion that your committee came out with?
Yes. So the motion was to allocate the remainder of the Harlem Small Business Grant in the amount of approximately $700,000 small businesses in East Harlem.
All right, so I'm going to read what I have here. And so the Economic Development and Culture Committee recommends that CB11 support the second phase of the East Harlem Small Business Grant Program, utilizing at a minimum the remaining unused grant funds to support small businesses within the East Harlem community. With that said, I'm going to open it up now. As Marissa mentioned, this was from last month and it was revised, and I'm going to open it up for debate. Are there any questions or comments regarding this recommendation from the Economic Development and Culture Committee? Okay, seeing none, I'm going to close the debate and I'm going to start the voting process on this letter of support. Angel, can you do the roll call vote?
Right. Jose Altamirano,
Yes.
Stephanie Arroyo. Not here. Yolanda Brown. Yolanda Brown. Eva Chan.
Yes.
Ann Collier.
Yes.
Carlos Diaz.
Yes.
Carlos, you came out in stereo.
Yes, yes.
Angela Donado.
Yes.
Jessica Elliott.
Yes.
Elsie Encarnacion.
Yes.
Judith Ferraro.
Yes.
Roger Flores. Incredible. Roger Flores. Ostendi Garcia.
Yes.
David
Yes.
Giordano.
Flores, yes.
Thank you, Doc. David Giordano.
Yes.
John Green. John Green.
D.
Thank you. Robert Harvey.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir. Ivy Hume. Ivy. Marissa.
Yes.
Giselle.
Yes.
Patricia.
Yes.
Francis.
Yes.
Malik, Jennifer,
Yes.
Jessica Morris,
Yes.
Nelsa,
Yes.
Andrew, Art Perez,
Yes.
I'm a yes. Sorry, I was trying to unmute.
Same. This is Ivy Hume. It's yes. Sorry. Thanks.
okay, guys, got it, thank you. John Sanders,
Yes.
Xavier Santiago,
Yes.
Isaac Scott,
Yes.
Russell Schuler,
Yes.
Nye Whitaker,
Yes.
Michelle Wiltshire Clement,
Yes.
Jason Wu.
Yes.
The motion carries with 30 votes in affirmative.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Economic Development and Culture Committee. With that, we are going to move now to Public Safety and Transportation. Jose Altamirano, Chair.
Good evening, everyone. Been quite a long evening. We're gonna make this as brief for time, but there are some things we want to discuss. We had the Department of Transportation come in for some changes to the Randall's Island bike path. You know that this community board, having Randall's Island as part of our community, we pushed a lot to make sure that City Bike was present, because at first it was not, and to make sure that the bike path was there so that our community and others in the city can enjoy it. And now that it's becoming a reality more and more. We also had a presentation by Barrio's Bike and their activity, which was very good. This month we had a presentation to street co-naming at the southeast corner of 101st Street from Lexington to 3rd Avenue in honor of Cicely Tyson Wade. The package was complete. I believe that our committee was much in favor, but following our procedure and seeing as there was no cause for no need for time, as the council is still not going to do street co-namings until June, we believe. We will be voting on it on the following month. For those of you that didn't know that Cicely Tyson was from this community, which caught quite a few by surprise. She was in quite a few TV shows and movies, and we're very privileged to have a street co-naming in her name. We also discussed the New York City Council resolution on police reform. This is something that we're going to be continuously discussing in our committee. In old business, we're very happy that we are doing a outreach effort in terms of a survey. Initially, we're looking to do an electronic survey, trying to get some pinpoint information of the neighborhood's needs. We have an ambitious goal on how many people we want this survey to do. So we're looking to partner with the various organizations in the community, as well as the elected officials, so that we can reach our goal. Initially, it will be based in a internet form. However, because of the elderly community and others in our neighborhood, we will look forward to also having in paper. Due to COVID, though, we'll have to adjust how we distribute that. And that's all we have for tonight. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Jose. I don't see any questions. So with that, I'm going to move to licenses and permits. So I will make an announcement that the committee did not achieve quorum and could not conduct this meeting as scheduled. So all pending applications from the licenses and permits agenda will be reviewed by the executive committee on April 22nd, 2021, which is this Thursday. With that, I'm going to now move to the Land Use, Landmarks, and Planning Committee. And that is chaired by Ms. Elsie Encarnacion.
Good evening. You can hear me?
Yes.
Okay. So we had no action items this month. However, we did get one informational update and 2 presentations. The informational update was from the Department of City Planning for the zoning text amendment to elevate transit. They will be returning on May 12th for a public hearing. So I encourage all of our community board members, definitely our committee members, but also the public to go to our website at CB11M.org. Under current projects, there is a link for Elevate Transit. And so any questions, concerns, statements regarding Elevate Transit, if you can get that over to us being me or Angel, who is the committee liaison, before May 12th, so that we can hand that over to the Department of City Planning so they come prepared with answers or responses before the May 12th meeting. That would be greatly appreciated. Also, we had a presentation from the MTA on the 2nd Avenue Subway Phase 2. It was a very preliminary presentation. They did give us an overview. Obviously, it will be picking up on 96th Street, ending on 125th, with stops on 106th and 116th Street. Our committee did ask for some more documents similar to the documents that they provided on Phase 1. And also had some questions on the relocation plan and their communication plan and their outreach plan. And so all of those things will be coming up at a later time, but they did not have any documents to share with us at the moment. I don't know if they have since then, but since the meeting, but that was the latest on that. And then we had a pre-ULURP certification presentation for Las Raíces, which is 4 new construction buildings on 4 different scatter sites in East Harlem. It'll create 83 new apartments, 100% affordable, with some deep affordabilities and homeless set-asides. That is also on our website under current projects, including the presentation that they gave us on April 14th. So I encourage everyone again to go take a look at it. If you have any questions, concerns, comments, feel free to reach out to either myself or to Angel as the committee liaison. And they are looking to certify, I believe the date was like May 17th, but they were looking to certify. I don't know if that was a projected date. I'm not sure if that still holds, but it will be sometime in May. And then that will kick off the ULURP process. But of course, this was a pre-ULURP certification conversation and presentation. Those sites are HPD owned sites, which will be transferred over in order to create these 83 affordable apartments. So the rest of our minutes are for informational purposes and we're in your packets. So I think that's it, unless Angel, you have anything to add. I saw you pop up, so I think you might have something to say.
Yeah, sure. Just quickly, that with the anticipated certification in mid-May, like Elsie was saying, in order for us to do our typical 60-day review or the period that we're entitled to, we will need to schedule a full board meeting in July. The date for that is to be forthcoming.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Angel. I don't see any questions for Elsie. So with that, thank you, Elsie, for your report and the work of your committee. Executive has not met. We will be meeting this Thursday. So I'm in the spirit of moving the meeting along. I'm going to go to district needs and budget. Jason Villanueva, the chair, had to get off the meeting. And so I will ask Xavier Santiago if he would like to say a report on district needs and budget. If he'd like to just highlight a few points. If not, we will then go to new business.
Thank you, Madam Chair. To keep it brief, we have not met. We are still waiting for the executive budget to be released. We ask all of our community board members on each committee to start preparing for June when we need to start the planning for our next year's requests. And to that end, I have literally done walking tours throughout the district and taken note of certain areas that are in need of addressing. I will call into point that there are certain anomalies when it comes to requests, whether it is an expense versus a capital request. Case in point, over at Carver Houses, where they have over, I think it is at 60 East 106th Street, they have scaffolding up for repointing and other work. That actually, which would typically and most times be considered a capital request, actually falls under a capital request. I mean, an expense request. So that being said, please start doing your research now so we can be prepared to address this come September. On that, please stay tuned to our calendar.
Thank you. With that, that closes off our committee reports. We are going to move on to new business. Board members, if you have any new business to state, please raise your hand through Zoom and I will recognize you and let you make your announcement. Okay. I see no one has raised their hand. So with that, hearing none, seeing no hands, we will proceed to old business. I will again state, board members, if you have any old business to state, please raise your hand through Zoom. Okay, seeing no hands, we will now proceed to the second roll call. Angel, can you conduct the roll call, please?
Certainly. Jose Altamirano.
Do I say present or leaving?
Present. Stephanie Arroyo. Stephanie Arroyo. After was absent. Yolanda Brown.
Present.
Eva Chan. Eva Chan.
Present.
There we go. Dan Collier.
Here.
Carlos Diaz.
Present.
Angela Donadell.
Present.
Jessica Elliott.
Present.
Elsie Encarnacion.
Present.
Judith Febraro.
Present.
Roger Flores.
Present.
Josendi Garcia.
Present.
David Giordano.
Present.
John Green.
Here.
Robert Harvey.
Present.
Ivy Hume.
Present.
Marissa Mack.
Present.
Giselle Malave.
Present.
Pat Martin.
Present.
Francis Mastroda. Malik McCullough. Jennifer Meyer.
Present.
Jessica Morris.
Here.
Nelsa Arama.
Present.
Andrew Padilla.
Present.
Arturo Perez.
Present.
Don Sanders.
Present.
and David
McCullough, President, I'm sorry.
Okay, thank you. Present. More time. Xavier Santiago.
Present.
Thank you. Isaac Scott.
Present.
Thank you, sir. Russell Schuler.
Present.
Thank you. Andy Vasquez. No. Nye Whitaker.
Here.
Michelle Wiltshire Clement.
Present.
And Jason Wu.
Present.
Thank you. You have quorum.
Francis is present also.
Yeah, I know. I saw her. Francis is unmuted when she's not supposed to be and muted when she's supposed to be. So I get it now.
And that's why we love Miss Stroda, Dr. Miss Stroda. With that now,
Fantastic.
We're gonna move.
Oh,
Don't laugh. We do love you. Announcements, right? The next full board meeting is scheduled for Tuesday, May 25th, 2021 at 6:30 p.m. If there are no objections, we will adjourn the meeting. I see no further business, so the meeting is now adjourned at 10:39 p.m. Good night, all. Stay safe.
good night. Good night.
Good night.
Good night.
Good
night. Get
vaccinated. Good night.
Later, y'all.
Good night, everybody.